and welcome back. It's now CCon 2025 here in the great state of New Jersey. I have here with me our co-host, Joe Patty. Joe, say hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Alex. Thanks for the kind introduction.
I appreciate that. It is an honor to have you here. Am I coming in loud and clear? Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yes, I hear you great. That's working really good.
Wonderful to hear.
And so am I okay like this? And am I okay like this?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So far I can hear you, and worst case scenario, I'm going to be kicking you up just a little bit higher, okay?
All right, cool.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. And be ready. I am going to be talking to you when we do this.
Yes, absolutely, and we are live.
Okay. We're live. Okay, I'll keep it clean. No problem.
Oh, okay. So, Joe, are you excited for all of the upcoming guests that we're going to have today?
I am absolutely excited. And you know what's great? We not only have some great guests lined up, but we have, we're picking up more people as the day goes on. I keep asking people to stop by. So I think we're going to have a really good day. And, you know, we're also in the place where lunch is served. So we're definitely going to be able to find a lot of people. It should be fun.
Nothing's better than being next to the kitchen, am I right, guys?
Yeah, just got to remember to eat ourselves before they pull everything out.
That's the best part about being right next to the kitchen. First dibs.
Oh, that's right. I guess so. I hadn't thought of that. You know, so many logistics of pulling something together like this. Everyone's put a lot of work into it, the whole show, and I'll tell you, people aren't even stressed. Everyone's very happy here. Everyone's in a good mood. Everyone's excited. People aren't running around frazzled or anything. So that's great.
That it is, and again, very thankful to be here on this humid, muggy day. You would think for almost a second we were in Florida.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I was a little disappointed when I walked out of the house today. I said I was kind of looking forward to being right here where we are, because I said, yeah, we got big windows, we have the beautiful grounds of fabulous Kane University, and was thinking it would be a beautiful, sunny, early summer day, but no such luck. It's raining. But doesn't matter. It's not raining in here. Everything's sunny at CCon all the time. So.
That it certainly is, and besides, we have that notorious history of any event that we've done at ISC2, New Jersey. It's always been raining, so we're known for being there, rain or shine.
You know, I remember that. I think either last year or the year before was my first. It was, it was pouring. It was pretty bad, and you know, it's kind of disappointing for me because, you know, I worked remote for a long time, and the few times that I go out and, you know, actually have to drive somewhere for work during the day, it's nice to drive in nice weather and not the rain. But we'll live, I think.
We certainly will, and besides, being security professionals mean that we know how to calculate risk.
That's right. Absolutely. Well, a little rain is not going to stop us here. That's no problem.
It certainly wouldn't, and of course we're all about that disaster recovery and incident response, so that way, no matter what happens, we're ready.
That's right. You got to be ready, and well, if you're not ready for a little rain like this, then you're in trouble. I don't think it's quite hurricane season yet, so we should be good.
That's definitely good news. So on this long day, I know that we can take a look back and think about all of the recordings that we've done before starting here live at CCon, New Jersey, here at Kane University. Tell me a little bit about the interviews that you've done so far with yourself and co-host Aaron.
Well, we've done a few interviews. You know, we originally thought, kind of the way this came together was we said, oh, you know, we're going to podcast from the conference. and we said we should do some, we should do some interviews because a lot of the speakers and people are people who we would probably want to have on the podcast anyway. So it kind of came together where we said, let's interview at the conference and set something up. And that's one way we got here. But then we realized at some point that there were far too many people for us to interview at the conference. Too many speakers, too many people, too many sponsors. So we actually recorded a number of them earlier that we'll be having on the podcast, and do a compilation of all that, and be showing you all them. So we were able to talk to some of our speakers in advance, which was a lot of fun. Myself and Aaron Krause, who's also on the podcast committee. We did that early. Last week was a very busy week of evenings for me, recording after the day job, but that's fun. I love to do it, and so we did that, and we've got a lot there. We've got a lot coming up here. And this is great. As I go by, Alex, I don't know if you notice, I think you might have your back to it, but people are walking by saying hi, wanting to come by and say hello, and then they realize, oh, wait a minute, is he like live? Is he like on the air? Like, what's going on?
I know what you mean. This is only giving me the only FOMO about having a little on-air sign. Now I know what's next on the Amazon list.
Yeah, it's funny, having been in podcasting I've been doing it for 2 years now before starting with the chapter here. We've been going about a year on our podcast in the chapter, and you learn so many things, and you learn why things are the way they are that you never knew. You learn why you have these arms on the mics and why they have these funny pads on them. I always thought that was just for show because it looked cool, but apparently not. There is a reason behind it all. And now doing something live, we're learning even more. And yeah, the on-air sign to tell people you're actually can't stop and say hi would be pretty helpful because people here are friendly. They're really friendly, and we know a lot of people too, so they want to say hello.
That they are, and what's really nice is that a fun fact about CCon is that this is pretty much a volunteer run between the local chapters of New Jersey for ISC2 and ISACA.
Yeah, this is all volunteer, all of it. Everyone you see with everything in the chapter, but especially the people with the cool, black volunteer shirts. I didn't get one of those. I'm gonna have to get one of them. You've got it, Alex. You're looking sharp.
I appreciate that very much. I don't have much fashion sense, but I do love me a free t-shirt. However, you looking absolutely professional over here. And no worries, I'll make sure I speak to our swag coordinator, Miss Marie. Shout out to Miss Marie, and we'll take care of that shortly.
Well, thank you very much. I'll tell you a little inside secret here that you probably figured out. I'm actually wearing my podcasting outfit. I always wear a black or dark blue polo like this.
That's actually pretty good. It's a great advice because that way, no matter what, you'll always be within frame and you won't disappear.
Well, that's right. Another thing you learn, and this was after we started doing video, is, striped shirts that are too bright, things like that don't work really well.
Definitely not. And at this point, after seeing so many weather girls disappear into their weather map, stripes are definitely not your friend.
That's right. I guess that's the same thing. And let's see, what else? What else did I learn? It's great if you're always wearing the same outfit. If you need to re-record a clip or something later on, you always know exactly what to wear. And it's not in the laundry because, we don't have a wardrobe department on our podcast or anything. So we got to keep it simple.
I find simple is best.
Well, that's right. Everything here is it's complicated enough without making it any more complicated than it needs to be. So we do have a lot of fun with it.
We certainly do, and believe me, I know a thing or two about complicated just thinking about this mixer in front of me. And shout out to Mr. Charlie for handing us all of this wonderful equipment to make this podcast live a possibility today with the crispiest audio you've ever heard.
Yeah, Charlie Frazier, thanks so much for doing this, or helping us with the equipment. I don't know if it's quite in frame, but we have a mixer, and Alex has got all types of laptops and stuff. It's pretty intense, and it was funny, maybe a week or so ago as we were prepping for this. Actually, longer than that, because we've had this in the works for a number of weeks, even months. Charlie's besides being a security pro, he's an actual broadcasting and recording professional. And so he put together a list of equipment, and he sent it to us, and he said, okay, is this going to be enough? Is this what you need? Will this be good? And I had to humbly reply to him, I don't even know what all this stuff is, to tell you the truth. But luckily, Alex does, and got it all together. So Alex, thank you for setting all this up. This was turnkey. I just showed up. You did great on this. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate that very much. And you know how we like to keep the talent nice and happy.
Well, that's it. Do I qualify as the talent now? So
You certainly do.
Oh, great, thanks. You know what? I guess at work, if I stop doing any more technical work and just show up and talk, maybe they'll call me the talent there too. I don't know, we'll see.
Well, I know at least here we certainly consider you to be one of the most talented members at the chapter.
Well, thank you very much. But you know what? There are a lot more talented people here. I've been a chapter member for about a year and a half, I suppose, and it is amazing that the people that we have here. I've also always been New York-based for most of my career, and I never really realized just how big the New Jersey security community was until I joined the chapter here and even went to my first CCon a couple of years ago. I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. It's not like we're in some backwoods place that doesn't have any industry or an economy or anything. But we definitely have a big community here, and I was just talking to one of our other people on the another volunteer here, who's someone in our Guardians program, who was a student in InfoSec, and we have a lot of students too, and this is a really good venue for them to go out and meet professionals, learn about how to get into the field. It's not easy. It's a lot more difficult these days than just going out and getting a degree and getting a piece of paper and finding a job. All of those things are a lot harder, but even before those days, if you really want to get into the industry, you got to meet people, you got to talk to people, you got to make connections.
You are absolutely right with that, and I think that's the game-changing piece of advice, especially now with everything that's going on with AI, ATS systems, and the uncertainty of the job world, especially now. This is probably why we have so many students here. I think they've taken the advising of networking. Very, very important for career growth. And like you said, New Jersey has one of the biggest communities for cybersecurity in the tri-state area. And I completely agree with you with the whole New York. You thought there would be a lot more security people in New York, but I think I've seen a lot more in New Jersey. But they do say that the best views of New York are from New Jersey.
Oh, that's true. I've got a couple of bad jokes about that I'm going to save because I'll get in trouble for them. But Alex, I have to say, well done. You slipped in AI early in the live stream. Make sure you put that hashtag on there so we get some views.
I certainly will be. At this point, we got to play any algorithm game we can. And P.S. Today is voting day in the state of New Jersey. It is June 10th. Make sure you go out there and vote today.
Yeah, get out there and vote. It's a Jersey thing. It's an off-year election, but the primary is today. And in fact, I believe it's within minutes. We have Michael Garrity on our keynote. He's the title of CISO for New Jersey, but he's the head InfoSec guy for the state of New Jersey. And very kind of him to join us on a busy day for him and his team.
Absolutely, and I do know that he's one of the key people involved with securing our elections. So definitely worthy of listening in to his conversations. I know I heard about his security stuff last year at another conference we held right here in King University, and it was our InfraGard New Jersey. Shout out to InfraGard. They talked a lot about voting security and voting machines and whatnot, and it's very, very important stuff to do, especially for us in cyber, to keep things secured and validated, and making sure that the votes are as they are.
Oh yeah, that's super important, obviously. And it's funny. I was talking to someone earlier. We were talking about with a civilian, a non-security person, and they were saying, "Gee, why do you need all that security for an election and everything? Like, who's going to disrupt the election for New Jersey?" And I said, you'd be surprised what bad people want to do or what kind of trouble you can get. But we do have a lot of people dedicated to making sure there are no problems. And you know what? If it ends up that that preparation was too much, or they're a little bit bored and nothing really happens, that's okay. But they're ready, because we're all about risk, and there's a risk there. Be ready for it, because one day it's going to happen. We all know that.
You can never be too secure. And that's very important for us to remember as we're over here taking the time out of our busy schedules to sit back and to learn a thing or two. Because after all, in cyber, you never stop learning.
Well, that's right. You never stop learning, and that's kind of what this conference is about. But it's interesting when you say you can never be too secure. One of the big challenges in the business is knowing when you've done enough. It's very challenging because there's always something more you can do. To the point of even trying to stave off Mission Impossible type attacks. That's always the big joke. Someone will say, well, when you want to put a security measure in, they'll say, well, gee, do you just want to put the computer in a vault with no networking so Tom Cruise has to come in and get it? It's like, well, no. But finding that right balance and really just what is just enough, what's just right for the business and what you need, that's something that occupies the minds of a lot of people here throughout a lot of the day.
That's very true. And if I had to vote for celebrity I want involved in more cybersecurity stuff, it's definitely going to have to be Jason Statham. He did an awesome cybersecurity movie called The Beekeeper, where the first 10 minutes I was almost foaming out of the mouth because I was like, I can use this when I go out there and I start teaching senior citizens about why you shouldn't click on phishing links.
Yeah, I surprisingly love that movie because a lot of people who are in security, I guess it's like most fields, when you see it in a big Hollywood movie, you go, that's really fake. But although they Hollywooded it up a bit, and it was a bit extreme, what they showed in that movie, particularly in the beginning, was kind of real. That's the way scammers work. They're not quite as Hollywood, but that's basically what they do, and they're preying on vulnerable people, and it has some very serious impacts to people's lives and their health, their mental health, all that sort of thing. And what I really liked about that movie was that they started off with that, some real security lessons, some real heavy emotion, and then about half an hour into it, it was just John Wick. And if you like that kind of movie, it was very cool.
I certainly did, but I do feel that, the more action there is, the more I'm willing to stay long enough to hear the message.
That is very true. Getting people to listen can be tough because, we realize that people don't spend their whole lives walking around thinking about security. The people at this conference do, but not everyone else.
Well, if we do what we meant to do out here in this conference, hopefully we can get more and more people to do the same thing, which is to think about security, because after all, security is a part of our daily lives now that we live digitally.
That's right, and since we all have digital lives now, that is what's happening. It's funny, in the real world, we learn throughout our lives, we don't even think about it, but you learn how to protect yourself, how to be safe. Little things like how to cross the street, how to lock the doors to your house, how to, at least here in New Jersey, we learn not to let your wallet hang out of your wherever and, flash a lot of cash around. We know these things, but a lot of people, still don't know those basics when it comes to cybersecurity, both in their personal lives and also, unfortunately, in their professional lives, too. And it's a big challenge for us.
That it is, but I guess that's why we have over 40 speakers here at CCon New Jersey 2025, talking about all different kinds of range of topics, including, how to use security in your day-to-day life, how to secure your enterprise, and continuing security education.
That's right. Well, let's talk a little bit about the conference, too. So, let's see, we are organized by the ISC2 NJ chapter, and it's over 700 members now, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe the last time we took a tally, it was 750 members strong. And of course, we can't forget about our sister organization, ISACA New Jersey, who's also here.
That's right.
we might be different organizations, but we're very, very close. We happen to have some pretty much sharing members between both organizations.
Oh yes, a lot of us are members of both. I am myself a member of both. A lot of us have the certifications from both also. So it's a great community, and we are here. I know this is at least our third year here at Kane, because this is my third CCON. But Alex, if we has this been the venue for quite a long time? I know you've been around a little longer than me.
That's a great question. Funny enough, I'm not quite sure. I believe it was, but funny enough, we're actually going to have one of the original guests, one of the original members of the chapters that's going to be joining us later today at 1 p.m. Her name is Yolanda Baker. She was actually here at the inception of having these live conferences, so I'll be happy to ask her, because unfortunately I don't remember past the 3 years. I do believe the last 3 we've done it here in the great University of Kane.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I met Yolanda also earlier, and we can do like old chapter trivia or something with her.
Yeah, she's definitely a wealth of knowledge. I can't wait.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're here at Kane University, which is very nice. It's raining, but it's keeping the grass nice, so that's cool.
And I, for one, am grateful for this amazing HVAC system. You can't even feel the humidity that's outside. It just feels quite nice in here.
Yes, the HVAC is great, and you know what? I'm going to say something. People might think I'm a little nuts, but this is a Jersey thing. The parking here is fabulous, which in this area is a bigger deal than you think, especially since I went to Rutgers, New Jersey, where there was no parking in the 80s then. You know? So this, I actually pulled it, got a spot, and I'm like, and didn't have to walk 3 miles. So I'm like, yeah, go Kane University. Awesome.
Absolutely. That was incredible. And yeah, you're right. That the fact that there's so much space to park is just something that we can take for granted if you're not used to living in this city areas. I know in my town of Union City, it's a war every day to find parking. So coming here is always a breeze and a pleasure, just because parking's the last thing on your mind. And did we mention it was free?
Yes, and it's free. So that was even better. I mean, I thought maybe we'd have a team of students doing valet, but I guess that's a little too much to ask for.
I guess it depends on the event. I don't believe we're wearing black ties, just black shirts.
Yeah, just black shirts. That's right, the security gear. Black t-shirts, All right.
Well, that's because we like to live in the shadows and behind the scenes.
Well, we have that dress. You can see here I wear black. Because it looks good on camera. But I guess I'm a little too mature. I can't do the hoodie thing. That's never been my sort of thing. I think that's a generation or two after me. So date myself. What can I say?
I don't know. I think you look pretty sharp, but the hoodies, I guess, will just depend on how soft that hoodie is after all.
I guess so. Well, it's also summertime. But in any case, yeah, so we're having a really good conference here. Looking forward to a lot. We have a lot of great speakers. We have some great keynotes. One of them's going on, and I guess we'll have to catch the replay later to see it, because I really do want to hear what some of them have to say.
You're absolutely right about that. I do hope that in between sessions we get to go run over and take a look. I know I'll be disappearing every so often to just take some quick pictures. And for those of you who aren't familiar, I do a lot of the photography as well for the chapter. So if you guys are ever looking at somebody who looks a little frazzled holding a camera, that's me.
Well, you're very modest even with that, Alex, because I'll tell you, already I've talked to one person who asked, does Alex do everything? And sometimes it seems like Alex does do everything. You're the photographer, you're running the board here, you keep feeding me good things to say, and what else? You do all the social media, you do all the graphics. If you've seen the encrypted chatter graphics that we have, Alex did that, and that was with a lot of iterations. Doing graphic design is one thing, but doing graphic design where you have to get the consensus of like 8 different security people who really aren't media our marketing or advertising people to agree on a logo. It requires not only skill but patience. So, well done, Alex. It turned out great.
I appreciate that. You are far too kind, and I've certainly learned a lot with you. And it's always a pleasure to have a fellow pro here as well. So talk to me a little bit more. A little shameless plug here about the Ice Cocktail Hour.
Well, I mentioned I've been in podcasting for about 2 years, and only 1 year with the podcast committee here at the ISC2 chapter in New Jersey. I have my own podcast with my partner Adam Roth, who better be listening and giving us a view. It's called the Security Cocktail Hour, and we have a lot of fun. We drink and we talk about security, and we have a lot of fun people on it. It's very relaxed, and it's kind of, the vibe we go for is kind of like what this will be like around 5-6 o'clock when the conference is over and the networking begins. And we're not actually having cocktails, but we normally would in another venue. And just security people getting together, talking, telling some stories, and talking about the things that are, a lot of things we'll be talking about here in a slightly less formal situation.
That's how security people like it the best. Less formal, more drinking.
That's right. Well, I always say virtually everyone I know in security drinks, except for a couple people who have religious, objections or whatever.
Well, they're all drinking something.
Well, they're all drinking something.
Whether or not it's spicy is irrelevant, as long as they're joining us for a drink and a cheers.
Absolutely. Well, it's always good to see people, and that's the real fun of it. Getting together with people, and it is so valuable here because you not only we talk about the networking, you're not only getting an event like this, and particularly this one. It's about the speakers. We have great keynotes. We talk about Michael Garrity. We have Ira Winkler. He's like a security rock star, which is very cool.
Oh yeah, he absolutely is.
But you have them. You have Earl Kaya, Clara Naginski, great people who are speaking. They're doing the keynotes. Then we have our other people, but you also see so many other people here, and it's an opportunity, to someone who is, like a practitioner, as we say, to get out of the office, and which is nice by itself, but to get out and also see a wider view of what other people are doing and hear about more, because you get focused on what you're doing, and you're going to have, in security, you're going to have a massive number of challenges you're working on, but the entire field is even broader than that, and talking to people outside your own company is always really, really helpful to hear what they're facing and also how they're solving it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and you'd be surprised where or when you learn something new. I do remember that one of the events we had last week was actually at a Lowensteiner, at our dear president's place of employment, and they were talking about privacy law, and just listening to these lawyers discuss about the real issues that we're going to be coming up across now with changing legislature. New Jersey just has a new privacy law that's going to be taking in effect quite shortly, and just listening to their perspective, talking about insurance and how we're going to have to look for the right kind of cyber insurance moving forward for enterprises. It's just been really wide-opening, because these are the kind of things that they don't teach you in the books right away. These are things that are changing now, and things that we're trying to get ahead of now.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring that up, and insurance is a really good example of something that's not even technical, that over the past few years has evolved a lot. There was no rule book to start with, and the rule book keeps changing, so it's pretty challenging. And kind of gets back to the whole thing about education and talking about some of the students that we have here. Some of us, again, dating myself, but many of us got into security before there were security degrees and security programs like the great one they have here at Kane. You really got into it likely from IT, maybe from the military if you're doing that kind of thing, but there was not an information security degree or program or class. Maybe you won in college if you were, taking computer science or information technology. They didn't even call it information technology then. What they call it, like data system. We had another word for it.
I think
back
it was
in the day.
information systems back in the day.
Information systems, yeah, probably. Or like you want to get really old when it was data processing. Oh God, that's like punch card stuff. But so we've all had to learn along the way, and the thing to keep in mind is even for the younger people, even if you're getting the degree, you're getting the academic background. You still have to learn. I hate to use the term the real world because the professional world isn't any more real than the academic world. But you have to go in and learn how things really work in an organization and how security is really practiced. But also all the changes. You're hopefully going to have a long career, and things change a lot over the course of the career. And in security, it's not even a matter of 10 years, 20 years. Security moves really in, I would say, in 3-year cycles at most, where things really turn over and change a lot. And I used to be able to say that security was the fastest moving and the fastest changing field of IT. And then AI came along, or at least generative AI, and took the crown. But the plus part of that is we can still use the AI hashtag, since I brought it up again.
We certainly can, and let's just make sure we add another one. Not only are we thinking about generative AI, but now I think the new word was agentic AI. So that way are you not only creating, but also improving.
Oh yes, agentic AI. Well, I can tell you, we did. I'll tell you a funny thing. This is from my podcast, but it's a kind of a funny story. We had someone, Adam and I, my partner, we both know, not well, one of those business acquaintances, and he said, I'd love to come on the podcast and talk about some stuff. And it was someone who's in sales. Now you'd think like we don't want to talk to salespeople. We love to talk to salespeople. We talk to people from, just like we do on the ISC2 podcast. The profession, the field is very diverse. You talk to, and you'll see in the interviews that we have, we talk to lawyers, we talk to business people, we talk to salespeople, because it's really, they have a view. So I'm like, oh, cool. We can do another thing on, what it's like to be a salesperson, work with salespeople, which is a bigger part of the life of a security pro than you think. So I'm all set to write a show for that. And he says, oh, I want to talk about agentic AI. And he really knew it, too, for a sales guy. It was Kevin O'Connor. Shout out to Kevin. And we were like, yes, that was a popular episode.
I'm so glad, and that sounds so exciting. I can't wait to catch that episode once it's out, if not out already.
Oh, it's out. But yeah, agentic AI is really interesting. And I haven't yet figured out my feelings on it, because it's potentially so scary. The idea of these agents that run by themselves, think for themselves, even though they don't actually think, but have a lot of autonomy, can get out of hand. But at the same time, from what I understand, they're not as easy to put together as people think they are, and they really do take a lot of work to get them to work.
That's very true, and I think that's why there are a lot of vendors out there who are taking their time to specialize in that. And that's why it's so important to talk to these vendors, because whatever we can't take the time to specialize in that, there's someone already out there who's really passionate about it and can teach the rest of us.
Oh yeah, and there is especially when it comes to AI, there are people who are passionate about it, and there are people who are really passionate about AI security. As it's something that's generative AI is the perfect thing. I got real flashbacks to the earlier days of information security, because I remember back to when it's like the commercial internet started, and we were basically taking Unix machines and putting them on the internet. We said, okay, how do we make this safe? We take it for granted that today the machines come hardened and they have all sorts of stuff on them as far as security goes. But there's no rule book back then, and we had to figure out what the issues are and solve them. And when the generative AI stuff recently came out, the same thing happened. We had to say, oh, okay, what are the issues here? what are the risks? What are the threats? What do we have to do? And that's why it's been such a huge, very busy field.
It certainly has been, especially now that, ChatGPT and other chat agents and AI agents have been pretty much in the pocket of every person out there, and they've been feeding it data relentlessly. And the question now is, what happens with that data? And these are the kind of questions that us as security professionals are trying to understand, because now we have to deal with PII, PHI, and God knows what else is out there.
Well, that's it. Who knows what people are putting into it? And if you're trying to protect, if you're a defender, security pro, it's tough because going back a little bit, you had the rise of SaaS applications, where it became, we're not going to run the application in our own data center on our own networks, but we're going to let someone else run it for us in the cloud, software as a service. And the big thing with that, from a security standpoint, there's a lot of issues, but the biggest one is, where are you putting your data? Do you trust it? Do you trust the people, the organization you're putting your data with? But the generative AI, I think, turns out it's another complication to it, because at its heart, things like ChatGPT, Claude, it's a SaaS application, especially the chat portions of it. It's in the web, it's in the cloud, you're putting data in it, and it's using it. But generative AI, they keep it, and they use it, and they can be putting it into a model that other people have access to, and it's possible to extract it. So that has been really interesting.
I can only imagine. After all, most people don't really read the terms and conditions of the applications they're using today.
That's funny. Every once in a while, I will do that. And I think fairly recently I've done it with the AIs, but it's so complicated. And basically, it boils down to you giving them your stuff, and you're trusting them to do what they say they'll do, which probably has a loophole in it that they can do whatever they want to begin with. And then you have, I don't know if you've heard, but there's the big lawsuit of the New York Times against OpenAI, saying that they've been scraping years worth of their content, or the newspaper articles, everything in the paper. And so, okay, it's a lawsuit, that's legit, that's an important issue. But apparently a judge, I may not have it exactly right, but a judge issued an injunction, whatever, that said that, which is common in legal stuff, that you need to preserve evidence. You got to preserve evidence. You can't throw anything out, whatever. Each side accuses the other of deleting stuff, but a judge issued an injunction telling OpenAI, you can't delete anything, including the temporary chats, including deleted things. So now we also have to worry about the courts coming in and saying, well, you know what? You may have this contract or this agreement, but you got to do this too. Hang on to the data. So, yeah, be very careful where you're sending your data, especially when it's AI, but just about everywhere.
Well said, well said.
Thank you. All right. So it is 10 o'clock. And I think even though we've been talking for a bit, this is our official start, I think. And it looks like the rain has gotten even heavier, so all right. It is what it is.
That it is, and it is now 10 on the hour. To our new listeners who are coming in, thank you so much for joining us on this lovely wet day in the state of New Jersey. This is CCon New Jersey 2025. Here I am with Mr. Joe Patty. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Alex. Good to be here.
Thank you so much. And this is your MC, Alex Velez. And we're here in the beautiful, beautiful campus of Kean University. And thank you guys so much for having us here. And this is together in junction with the ISC2 chapter and ISACA chapter of New Jersey. This conference has been running for a very long time, and we're here providing educational opportunities for people in the security industry. And of course, special thank you to all of our sponsors who made this event possible today. And we look forward to hearing and seeing more about what our guests and surprise visitors have to say.
That's right. We're looking forward to it. We have a lot of people here. Um, we've already seen a lot of people coming by. We just had one of the members of our podcast committee walk by, Claudia. I hope she comes back. We'll talk a little bit later.
Absolutely, can't wait. And shout out to, of course, the podcast committee of ISC2 who has made this possible. And this is Unencrypted Chatter.
That's right. And so, let's see. We're here in beautiful Kane University on a wet day. The grass is getting watered, so that's good. I wonder what the attendance is today. Did you happen to get a number, an approximation of how many people had signed up? It must have been pretty full, because we're seeing a lot of people even early on.
Certainly. So last we checked, we were fully sold out at 350 in-person attendees. As for virtual, because we also sold virtual tickets for those of you who couldn't make it in today, I believe it was about 100, but it might be more. I'd have to check with our dear president, Ken Fishkin, to find that out.
Yes, speaking of our president, our fearless leader, the man who's put together, made a lot of this stuff come together. Ken is going to be joining us. He's scheduled to join in about 20 minutes at 10:20, and he is not an easy person to get a hold of on a day like today. But we're glad that he's going to be able to join us, and we'll have some others also, and probably, like I said, some surprises of people stopping by.
Absolutely, and of course, like you've mentioned, Ken is very notoriously hard to get your hands on because he's bouncing around everywhere that you can think of. Not only is he a gracious host, but he's also very infectious with his laugh, and we're always a pleasure and very fortunate to have him around us.
Yeah, absolutely, and he also knows how to do an interview, which is helpful.
The best part is he always has something to say. You know what I mean? And it's incredible because just when you didn't think you've heard it all, he comes up with something incredible that he just learned.
That's right. Well, he always has something to say. First of all, because he's he's a very nice talkative guy, but he's so busy. We have so much going on in the chapter. I can't even fathom that, our podcast committee, I've got to think is fairly, it's only one piece of the operation, and it's fairly small. There's also the committee that put together this conference, which is big. There's the events committee. There's the mentorship. There is, oh God, how many more? I lose track. We have so many events going on.
Yeah, you're definitely not wrong about that. I would say that ISC2 New Jersey is probably one of the most active chapters in ISC2 history. Believe it or not, in 2024, we actually won the chapter award of the most active chapter in ISC2 for Security Congress back in 2024, and we also won an award for Best in North America as well because of how active we've been.
Well, we are definitely active. I can tell you, having been a member, we go to we have some great events in terms of security. We also have a lot of fun. That go-kart thing was killer. What other security? I've been in security for a long time. I've gone to a lot of events, a lot of vendor events. They always try to impress you, do fun stuff, whatever. I've been to so many rooftops in Manhattan, I can't tell you. And there's only a few things that, I don't want to say really impress me, but that are unique, that are really fun. You're like, I had a blast. And one of our chapter events, go-kart racing and axe throwing. Now that was fun.
Oh yeah, the axe throwing was definitely a lot of fun.
And a lot harder than I expected. But yeah, so we have a lot of events. So Ken is actually doing a lot of stuff, but also he seems to know everybody through this. But I guess that's what happens when you're at the head of an organization, right? This big.
Absolutely. Not only is he a celebrity, but honestly, he cares so much about helping people that you can tell how much of a difference it's made here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting talking about the chapter. I've only been around for about a year and a half, but from what I understand, it has grown explosively. And the other thing that really surprised me about it was, thinking it's, New New Jersey, it's not limited to New Jersey. We actually have a lot of other people from around the country and even some international people.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Did you know that we have members in about 7 continents now?
7.
7.
Okay, I gotta ask, who's in Antarctica? Seriously.
Unfortunately, nobody that we've got. But we have, like I said, over 7 continents that we have here. And at this point, it's incredible. Like I said, the outreach. And I think what makes this so different is the fact that we're able to reach not only the people who can be here physically, but the people who are also attending us virtually. You know, we don't want to limit ourselves to just in-person events, and of course we don't limit ourselves to just New Jersey. That's why, like I said, we make friends with all of the tri-state area and anybody else who's willing to join us.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the virtual option is good because as great as it is to get together in person, and as much as we know that we missed it for a little while a few years ago, not everyone can realistically make it. I mean, even in the tri-state area here, New Jersey is bigger than you think. Everyone, even though I'm from North Jersey, there is this thing called South Jersey, and it's kind of a long drive.
And our dear governor has already confirmed that yes, Central Jersey does exist.
That's right. It has been officially declared by the governor that there's a Central Jersey. We don't know exactly where it begins and ends, but it does exist. That's a Jersey thing. But yeah, we have people in Jersey and also in the area. If I imagine we must have some people out on Long Island. And if you've ever tried to get from Long Island to New Jersey on a weekday, it's like it's frankly easier to get to Washington D.C.
You are not wrong about that. The traffic here is absolutely terrible, let alone now that it's raining outside.
Yeah, exactly. But we are inside here at the conference. I believe the keynotes are still going on, and we were talking earlier, we have some great keynote speakers.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, like you mentioned earlier, the CISO of the state of New Jersey, Michael Garrity, is out there giving a talk right now from the atrium here at King University. I believe he was speaking about creating a proactive cybersecurity culture in the state of New Jersey, and I believe that has a lot of personal experience in it.
Oh, I'm sure. And one of the things that I have, I guess I have a lot of respect for them, not just because it's important, but because it's so difficult, are the people who not only build organizations in the industry, but build those public-private partnerships. For those of us who have been around for a while, the organizations and what they face, culturally and in a lot of ways are so different. And unfortunately, there's, you also got to be real. At times, there's been some mistrust amongst them over the years, but that's changed quite a bit. And people like Michael and like others that you mentioned, InfraGard earlier, they've come a really, really long way in bringing things together, and it's so important because the government, if they're going to help protect us, they need to know what we're up to, and their resources are just so vast that we should be making use of them. And we're paying for it with our taxes anyway, so we might as well.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right about that. The fact that it does take a lot of action to do things, especially in the state of New Jersey, for security. And I think the fact that they titled it From Awareness to Action could have not have been better off of how they could have presented the subject. And the thing is, the fact that New Jersey has NJKIC that does bring information not only to the general populace, but that partnership, like you mentioned, with businesses and whatnot, like InfraGard has done with the private security sector and the public for the critical infrastructure, it's just imperative. Like, there has to be that information sharing in order for us to work.
Oh, that's right. And we were talking about how the conference makes you aware of so many things until I started coming to this conference, and I think saw Michael speak a year or two ago. I was unaware of just how active the state of New Jersey was. Although I even live here, when I think cybersecurity, I don't think of the state of New Jersey and the government being very but they are, and they're doing some really important work. The fact that there is such a thing and there is a kick, I didn't even know. So that was good to know.
You're absolutely right. The funny part was that I think I used to call it NJCCIC. And welcome. We have one of our members from the podcast committee who's going to be joining us here together now with Miss Claudia. One moment, please. Claudia, say hello.
Hello, good morning. So happy to be here. I hope everybody's enjoying the conversation.
We certainly are.
Well, Claudia.
Hello.
Glad you could join.
I know, right?
It's good to see you.
Even though it's raining, it's amazing. The parking lot was full. I thought it was going to be some space.
Oh, was it full?
It is. I had to park like so far away, but all is worth it.
Okay, now I'm embarrassed because, just maybe 5-10 minutes ago, Alex and I were going on about how good the parking is and how easy it was to find the spot. But I guess that was a lot earlier.
No, well, I came 30 minutes ago and it was full. I had to walk really far to some other building, but all fine.
Okay. Well, we still love Kane. It's still good.
That we certainly do, and of course, early bird gets the worm.
That is very true. Well, let's talk a little bit about the podcast community since we're here.
Sure.
Claudia's a member. You've probably been a member much longer than me. I've only been in for about a year and a half.
I think I was, when Ken asked who would like to volunteer, I raised my hand, like always I do. And I said, I would love to be part of it. And so, I can say I have been one of the people that started at the beginning. It's going to be almost a year.
I actually looked it up. It's a year, I think officially in July.
Okay.
Is when we started.
Okay. So the conversations I think started back in probably May or June, and the response was amazing. It was a lot of us trying to do something, and I think we had been established something, and people are listening. The presenters are good. The themes are really interesting, and I think we have doing something so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and just to tell you all a little bit about how the committee works, such as it is. Claudia, I think you are officially the secretary.
I am.
Are you not?
I am.
Okay.
So basically we meet every week for half an hour, 40 minutes. We chat, we discuss topics, we try to set schedules for podcast series. We discussed the benefits of doing it. We try to overcome challenges that usually there are some. It's really rewarding. I find that I have learned a lot with you guys. Not just to doing and managing the programs and the platforms that we use, but also learning and doing some networking. So it has been really rewarding.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and
it is, right?
And I have to say we're not very. I'm almost joking when I say the secretary. We're not very big on titles. We just kind of all get together and get it done. And I can tell you, Claudia is someone who definitely gets stuff done.
Thank you.
I think you're always one of the first to step up and say, "Can I help with that?"
Yeah,
deal with things, and
we usually gather the information, the steps, and then we start executing. And like you said, we are not like, I'm doing just this, and you are just doing that. If for some reason I cannot make it to a session, somebody will step up to take the notes, and I feel like we are a team, and open to anyone who wants to join. We don't have any specific, like you have to be from here to there. No, very flexible, and that's what makes it so interesting, because it's not like you feel like you have to do it, but it's fun.
Yeah, we should give ourselves a plug, because we have a podcast committee, but really it's just a bunch of us who are committed to it, and we like it. It's fun. We get to do cool stuff like this.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, if you're in the chapter and if you want to work on it, if you want to host, we're always looking for hosts. We're always looking for guests.
Right.
So please reach out to me or Claudia or Alex or anyone else on the committee. You can reach out to Ken, but we'll answer you faster. No slight to Ken.
He's super busy.
We're just not as busy.
Exactly. He's handling so many things, and that's why we are here for, right? He delegates, and we try to follow his guidelines and do whatever has to be done to to do this. This is amazing. I'm so happy.
Yeah, well, and you see that the committee really is good because you've seen three of us and we're not fighting or anything, so it's cool.
No, even though we have our
There's no
distance.
there's no tension here, you know.
No, it's yeah. I really appreciate working with Alex. I did one podcast back in October for the Hispanic Heritage Month,
Right.
and it was amazing to work with her. She is a natural. Like wow, she's good. Guides you how to do it. I'm a little shy sometimes, but it was fun. It was really fun. We did it in Spanish. We did it in English.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
That was super exciting. So yeah, anything is something else. It's a new experience, and there is no pressure, which is the best thing. We do it for fun.
Well, that's it. There's no pressure, and you know, this is really. I'm embarrassed to say this is really the first time I've been, active on a committee or anything for an organization like this, and you know, it's just been so easy and so pleasurable. You know, it's not like at work where you're like, I gotta run this, I gotta chase people, I gotta do this. It's like, you know, we all decide what we want to do, we do it, and you know, if someone's not interested in not doing something, well, just okay.
That's
you know,
fine too.
that's
Yeah.
it.
I look forward every Tuesday for our meeting. Actually, it's not like oh I have to do. No, it's like ooh fun. We're gonna meet these people tonight. Let's see what new ideas are in the table.
Right. The only difficulty we have with the Tuesday meeting, and I guess it's going to happen with anything, is finding a day that everyone can show up because
Yeah.
there's like what 10 of us who all have day jobs, and of course many of us have evening commitments, whether it's school or other things in the organization or family and stuff. So it can be really hard to get together.
Yeah, but it's important to point that we don't rely only in the meetings that we have every week, but we have this WhatsApp group that if anyone has an idea or we just correspond, and people are so quick to answer and to do it through there. So in any case that you cannot make it for one meeting, there is always, the WhatsApp chat.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you bring up WhatsApp because I will say that the use of WhatsApp shows my commitment to this podcast.
Do you
Because
like it?
and everyone, people who know me know I despise WhatsApp. I hate WhatsApp. It's even caused problems when I've traveled overseas. Like, you know, you get an Airbnb. Well, you get an Airbnb and people go, "Oh, well, just WhatsApp me." I'm like, I don't like WhatsApp, and they just go like, Americans, whatever. But my trips have gotten easier because now I folded, I caved, and I have WhatsApp for the
Yes,
podcast.
actually, it's interesting. That's how I communicate with my family back in South America. I find that so convenient. Really, I am.
I know, it's like soccer or football. Everyone except the Americans
Yeah, right?
love it.
Exactly.
Use it, so.
Yeah, that's true. So thank you for having me. Has been really nice.
Certainly, and of course, it's always been a pleasure to work with you. And again, shout out to Hispanic Heritage Month. That was a fun episode to do in both languages, and the fun part I had to pick was what soundtrack to use for which language.
Yes, because it came with music. Spanish music incorporated. Oh, it was amazing. I love it.
Oh, it was great. And actually, Alex, don't be too modest. That was also, you were involved in that, and you were also pushing it. And the only difficult thing about it, like I said, we do things very loosely. We don't have a schedule. That was something that we had to actually finish and get it ready while it was still Hispanic Heritage Month.
That's right. That's right.
We don't usually have to hew to a schedule or anything. For that one, we did.
Yes.
This is a great time to tell if anybody wants to help us out, we could definitely use more members. That way we can even offer this in more languages.
Wow, that will be amazing. That's true.
That's right. We could do more. And we were talking earlier. If people are interested in hosting a podcast, to learn how to host a podcast, we're always looking for people to be guests. Being a guest is really easy. All you got to do, if you can talk, you can be a podcast guest.
Yeah. And even though you don't have any experience, we have plenty of people who will coach you, will go through the whole steps. It's not that you are going to be like, yeah, do it. No. You have a template, we have a drum box, we have a lot of people that will be with you, holding your hand until you finally feel ready to do it. So.
And this is a good time to shout out the fact that we also have a public speaking workshop. So if, let's say, after all of the coaching, you still don't feel up to it, The public speaking workshop is a great place to learn those skills. And a fun part of what we do with the public speaking podcast is that once they're ready, we actually invite them to become a guest.
Yes, it's the full circle. We hold your hand, we help you, and actually, I am a example of that. I started doing the public speaking with Ken a couple of years ago, and it was hard. Uh, I know still I don't do it very well, but I try to do it as often as I could. Like today, I have a panel. I'm going to be the moderator, and yes, it's like so excited.
Claudia, you've done the podcasting. You're doing a panel. I think you can say you're getting kind of good at it
I
at
know,
this
right?
point. You know,
At
it's
least
okay.
I start feeling uncomfortable. What is the word? Just you need to be comfortable being uncomfortable. So I
Well,
like
that too.
something like that. So I don't mind. Like okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
What can be wrong?
What can happen? You know,
Exactly.
maybe it's just also if you get older, it's like, you know, what's going to happen? Your kid's going to make fun of you no matter what you do.
Oh, yeah.
So don't worry
Oh, yeah.
about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know, it's great. You talk about the public speaking workshop, and you know, and we do. We leverage synergy in the chapter podcast because on the one hand, you know, we do have things like, you know, public speaking helps podcasting, but also, you know, while we're not exclusively tied to everything that's going on in the chapter, you know, we're not like the on-air newsletter or anything, but there is so much going on. There are so many things to talk about in so many, you know, fields that we have.
And we try
have
to
do it.
divide this like in series. We did the women in cybersecurity, which I was humbly part of it. We did, I think, was 3 or 4 episodes. Then also I remember well doing the Hispanic Heritage Month. I know we are working on some CISOs series.
Yes.
So yeah, we try to do it like in bundles. So if you're interested in one topic, just try to find it, and we'll try to have it ready for you. It's just we need your input.
No, that's right. So we're doing, Aaron Kraus is going to be doing a series on mentorship, working with a lot of the mentors and mentees. I'm talking to them in a few settings. We have a CISO series coming up. Where we're going to be talking to various CISOs. Everyone wants to know, how do I be a CISO? What do you do? So we're going to have some CISOs on, and that one we have to give a shout out to Marie Wang,
Oh, amazing.
who's another person who's just a whirlwind that gets so much done, and she actually had to very graciously, you know, bow out because she was too busy. But before I'll tell you how cool she is. Before she left,
Oh yeah.
you know, we knew she had been working on the CISO series, and I was like, okay, I was expecting a rough outline or whatever. She totally mapped out and
Completely.
scripted like
Yes.
5 or 6 episodes.
Isn't that amazing? She's
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
good.
so we just can jump
We
right in and do it.
did this women in cybersecurity with her and also with Aneta. And the 3 of us were kind of the pioneers doing this, and definitely Marie was, you know, a building block in the whole thing. So kudos to her. Learn a lot from her. Very professional, amazing person. So happy and proud to be part of, you know, the whole thing.
Yes, and the women in cybersecurity we did. I think those were actually our first episodes
Yes,
too. So
it
that was when we were really learning along
we
the way.
we
of how
were
to
the
do it.
guinea pigs. I was, you know, trying to be one of the hosts, and yeah, it was a learning experience. It was super interesting. And that's how, you know, we evolved, and now we have some other people, some other speakers. But yeah, it was the first series, and we did it. So like everything, we just need to start and building on top of that.
That's right. And you know, we had to learn everything. And if you want to work with the committee or do some stuff, we have all that open because, you know, we have a number of things. As we said, we need guests, we need hosts. There's a little bit of preparation involved, not a tremendous amount because of the format. We need to come up with some interview questions. ChatGPT is allowed.
Yeah, big time.
And but also we have to do the editing. There's the post production.
Oh, yeah.
And Alex can't do it all because she's busy. But the one thing we do the video editing. The one thing that Alex has that no one else does, because we have not yet found another security person who has the skill set, is the graphics.
Yeah, that's a
which
big
That's
ooh.
hard for us.
Yes, that's true. and we are so thankful for you because without that we will be like, mm.
I really appreciate it. It's just, I heard everybody in the group and I had an idea of what you guys were thinking of, and I just imagined what that would look like. And thankfully, Canva is a part of our marketing stuff. So I was able to paint the picture you guys were all painting.
But coming back to a few minutes ago when Joe was mentioning that we need help and anyone is welcome, we kind of have all the logistics done. So don't be thinking like, oh, I will be there. No, we'll help you, we'll guide you, and with the little experience that at least I have, I will, definitely do whatever I can to make you feel comfortable. So welcome. Just, give it a chance. You can join for a few days or few sessions, and if it's not up to you, that's fine. But at least you have the opportunity to see how we work, how we try to help the chapter, and maybe you like it and stay.
That's right. Yeah. We have a lot of it down, but we're still always learning, and we're looking for new ideas to keep it fresh because you don't want to get locked into too much. I'll tell you a funny story. When we first started, we had to decide the nuts and bolts of what editing software we're going to use, how we're going to record, how we're going to do all these things, and so I had some experience. So I said, here's what I use. We had another person who had some podcasting experience who was able to contribute a little bit, and then I remember at one point Alex came in and said, why are you using all that complicated stuff? All the TikTokers use this. It's much easier, right?
Yes, that's right. Because you had experience, what works better. So yeah, that was one of those moments. Like, okay, we can make things definitely way easier.
Certainly, and I really do enjoy CapCut, even though I'm not into TikTok.
Me neither. I'm more of an Instagram person.
Well, it's interesting. I'm not a social media person at all, but I'll tell you my TikTok story. I'm not into it. For my own podcast, we have Instagram, we use LinkedIn, we use X, Twitter, and which is nothing particularly fancy. But people have always told us, oh, you got to use TikTok. Got to go on TikTok. Everyone's on TikTok. I tried twice. Every time I create an account on TikTok, I get instantly banned. I don't know what in the world I'm doing. And they won't tell you. They won't give you any...
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just say, you're banned. I'm like, I didn't even do anything. I logged in twice.
Okay, yo, TikTok, WhatsApp, something is with you, okay?
I don't know. Is it like, do they think I'm a bot? You have to sign up and then just start doom scrolling teenage stuff or something instantly? I have no idea.
I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not into TikTok. I think it's like too many right now platforms that I just try to be, one simple, easy, and for me it's Instagram. Just click a button and follow whoever you want to follow, and that's it. I don't post. I don't have like a real presence. I just do it more for input, like what can I get from there. But yeah, I think everybody has a preference.
So Alex, what platforms are we on? I know roughly everything. But
not TikTok.
What have we got?
Well, definitely not TikTok, and thank you so much for that brilliant segue. So the ISC2 chapter is actually social, believe it or not. And by that, we wanted to showcase really what we were about. And that story was really funny because when we were pitching Cyber Guardians, which is one of the many committees that we have here, to provide interns a chance to get some experience before they get work, when we were pitching it to nonprofits, we realized nobody knew what ISC2 was. Nobody understood the mission behind the 750 members strong here. So I figured the best way to do that was to get us on board on social media. So you can find us on Facebook and Instagram. We actually have a YouTube channel that, believe it or not, we're actually streaming live from. And our channel is ISC2 Chapter NJ. We also have a Twitter account. I'm never calling it X, sorry guys. I'm still calling it Twitter. And for those of you who've left Twitter for reasons, we also have a Blue Sky.
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
that's
we do.
brand new, right? Like a couple of months ago?
Mm-hmm. So we also have the Blue Sky, and you'll find us always doing some of the funnest things and streaming it for your viewing pleasure. And you can find us at all accounts at ISC2 Chapter NJ and that is our tag. You can find us
All right.
there on all of these social media platforms.
Yeah, we're YouTubers. You know,
Oh my God.
I told my kids, hey guys, I'm a content creator now, and they're like,
No,
no.
you are not. You're not. Definitely you're not.
Hold on. Stand up and give us a quick dance.
Oh
We
God.
haven't practiced. Mwah. Yeah.
Please don't tell Ken so we don't have a new committee.
I can tell you, maybe it was a few years ago when she was younger. My daughter was constantly doing those TikTok dances,
Really?
and of course,
Okay.
trying to get me to do it. And
Oh, you
Yeah.
never came in?
I tried, you know.
Oh, you did?
I
Okay.
tried to be a good dad. You know,
Okay,
but,
yeah, that's true.
it didn't work out so
That
great.
was peer pressure from her
Oh,
until
totally.
you say, okay, I'll do it.
Well, you know,
Interesting.
yeah. But so we are on all the social media and everything, which is, you know, like Alex was saying, trying to get the word out about the chapter. I mean, I never, having never been in marketing or sales or anything like that, or media, I never understood until I started my own podcast just how difficult it is to get the word out. No matter what you're doing, if it's great, people have to know about it. And you know, that's what's even more impressive, more amazing about the chapter, that it's grown so much. Just finding out about it. You know, like I said, I originally heard about the chapter actually through this conference. I don't know where I saw it, but at some point in one of our security things, maybe it was LinkedIn or something else, they said, oh, you know, New Jersey conference in Union. And I said, New Jersey security conference? There is such a thing? We were talking about that earlier. And you know, here we are, and I suspect you know, a lot of people have been drawn in. But that kind of, you know, promotion when you're doing good work, and it's applicable, you know, not just to us, but you know, we're not the only group in the security industry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are a lot of great groups out there, but you know, getting the word out is really, really hard.
Yeah, that's why it was so important to have everything, all the platforms with the same name, with the same, and that was a lot of work, I imagine. Because I think at the beginning, Ken had just the Facebook, and it
Mhm.
was not kind of too active. But when Alex came, she was like, no, we need to unify this, make it easy and simple, that if you reach out to one platform, kind of immediately, you can go to the next one. So that was definitely
Yeah.
super important to get more presence.
Right. Well, one of the things we've learned, or at least I've learned, that's been really interesting and a little surprising, is that with an organization this large, around about 750 people, we not only have someone from virtually every corner or every sub-discipline of cybersecurity, but we pretty much have someone in other fields. There's someone who knows it here,
Yeah.
who's done it before, who does it as a hobby,
Mhm.
whatever. So there's so much knowledge to draw on. It's actually been surprising and really helpful, because you know, you need it. You see a conference here. You see we're doing podcasting and everything. This isn't strictly the security skill set here. There's a lot of work and a lot of planning that goes into this and all the other things we do in the chapter.
And the people that are coming to this event, the background and the diversity is amazing. I was mentioning before, I am the moderator of this panel for governance, risk, and compliance. And we have people, one gentleman, he is from Canada. Actually, he came from Montreal. He's with us. So we are international, right? And
I'm trying hard not to tell a Canada joke. They'll get me in trouble, but okay. Sorry.
forget about it. So then in the same panel, we have another gentleman who is from London. He has been here in New York area for before the pandemic, but still his background is from England. And another gentleman, his experience is he's from India, and he has been a researcher and published author of at least 38 articles in cybersecurity.
Okay.
And I was like so impressed when I had the opportunity to meet them and try to get this panel, which is going to be at 1 o'clock. If you are interested.
Yes.
And
1 o'clock. Which room?
I I need to check. And also we have
Wait, I've got-
Samantha.
I think I've got it here.
I think it's on their page.
Next
1 o'clock.
page.
Around here.
Oh, in the auditorium.
Oh my goodness.
You're
We
in
are
the,
in the okay.
You're in the big
well,
room.
This
All right.
my
Big time cool.
yeah, they are so interesting. Their background is so diverse, and we have please not to forget Samantha. She's part of the committee here at the IC2 chapter, but she also is going to be part of the presenter. So super nice. The people are really, really impressive. Like when you search them through LinkedIn, it's like, wow, this is a conference with really have variety of themes, topics, so everybody can beneficiate. It's amazing. Really proud to be part of it.
Oh, that's great, and it's great that you're doing it because GRC is such a hot topic, and I can.
I'm super excited.
Actually, this is for the students too. If you think you're a techie, you're going to stay on that. You're going to have to learn GRC. You're going to have to know it. You're going to have to at least work with the people. The really important part of the field now.
And this is a great place to shout out ISACA New Jersey. If you want specialized information about GRC, ISACA is definitely where you want to go. And for students, did you know you could become an ISACA student member for only $25? It's worth every penny, and you can sign up with your EDU address.
Wow, that's super. Very nice.
$25. That's like, what does beer cost now? That's like what, one round with a couple
If you
friends.
go to the
Yeah, it's
Yankee
worth it.
Stadium, it's like $18. Yeah, it's like
Wow.
what? My goodness, super expensive. But yeah, you're right. $25 is worth it. Yeah.
And that actually covers the whole year too, and it gives you the opportunity to be able to do the most important thing that every student should be doing, which is networking. That gives you the ability to come and meet people in the industry and to put a face to the name, because you can never start building your brand early enough. And that does start as soon as you put out your LinkedIn out there.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we were talking earlier about how if you're starting out, if you're in school, if you're coming out, you need to meet people, get together, see what the industry is about, make those connections. And we do have a lot of students here,
Yes.
and we have students who are members. They come to our events, they learn. I have sometimes, I don't know, I didn't think I was that fascinating, but at times I'll find myself at an event and I'll be just suddenly surrounded by students peppering me
right.
with questions. Of course, most of the questions are, how do I get a job? But
Can you recommend me? But let me tell you, it's not just for new students or new people into the field. I was in the field for more than 20 years, and because of the pandemic, I had to switch. And this was the first step for my new life. So I'm so thankful with Ken and with Marie, with Trent. Like, they really make things so easier for me and give me what I needed to start. So super happy. I really, I am thankful.
oh, that's great. I didn't realize that you'd
Yeah.
gone down that path. That's awesome.
I started with them, and I have whatever I have at this point is because they guide me and help me and give me the support. You can transfer all your knowledge from your technical career into this. So, yes.
Oh, that's great. And everyone here, we were talking about it before, is so friendly, so approachable. So come on by and say hello.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Claudia, for being here with us. And for all of you who are here at the conference, please do not miss her session at 1 p.m. for GRC. If you're on site, this is going to be held in the auditorium upstairs. If you're watching remotely, this is a session you can't miss. And thank you so much for joining us. And for our listeners, we will be going on a short intermission, 5 minutes. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, hello, testing, testing. Hello, testing, testing. Can you hear me? This is your president talking to you live.
It's the voice of God. talking to you.
I'll hear you guys in as I do the transition, okay?
All right.
Okay.
And thank you, audience, so much for waiting. We are back, and we are in great company. In front of us, we have Ken Fishkin and Joe Patty.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, well, Ken, we really appreciate your being here, especially because, in this crowd, if anyone isn't aware, Ken can't walk about 5 feet without being stopped by someone. Every single person here knows you. And it's their chance to say hi, at the very least.
No, it's really great to be here again. This is our 4th year in a row now doing it at Kane University, and I am so excited. Oh, there's some other people that I haven't seen in a long time. This is really fun to watch everybody come in, and it's a rainy day. Nobody has anything else to do but to come here, so really happy about it.
Yeah, it looks like the attendance is really strong.
Yeah, we had 350 people register and over 50 people register online, and it shows. I mean, these rooms, I'm seeing pictures of the people speaking, and the rooms are packed. So it's really nice to see. So I'm really glad to see that everything's going as planned.
Oh, well, that's great. We were talking earlier about how much it takes to put this together. That we have a lot of security people kind of working in other areas and doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, people are really getting some different skills by volunteering to help put this together. This took 6 months to put together, and we have about 60 to 70 volunteers. And we have somebody who, a lot of people are career transitioners, which we really take advantage of. We have somebody who used to be in marketing. We have people who are good artists. We have people who know how to do logistics. And it's really coming together really nicely. And some of them have been doing it for a few years with me, so they've become their skills have really gotten honed into what needs to be done to get this going. And others are just picking it up and learning, and it's wonderful to see. And this is a prime example. We didn't do any podcasting at all. We didn't even have a channel last year. And look at us now. We have all this professional equipment. We have 10 people on the committee. You guys are doing phenomenal work here, and and a lot of people didn't have any podcasting skills. So it's really nice to see.
Yeah, that's right. And we were talking with Claudia about it earlier, a little bit of the whole genesis of the podcast. And I guess that's a bit of a theme here that, we're all professional security people, but we're not professional event planners or podcasters, but we managed to figure it out and then pass that on to everyone else who wants to come in.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. That's what everybody should be getting from this chapter, not just education, learning stuff that they can learn on webinars, but really expanding their knowledge to different areas that they never even thought about.
Oh, that's right. And you really, I'm someone who has never really been very active in an organization like this. I have lately, and you really do get so much more out of it. You meet so many more people. I mean, I came to my first one 2 years ago, didn't know a soul, and now I don't get stopped as much as Ken, but I do run into some people I know.
Come on, you have a pretty popular podcast yourself, so.
Thank you. Okay. So, what would you say is there's a lot going on. What would you say are the highlights for today? Some of the can't miss stuff.
Well, we just had the CISO from the state of New Jersey. He just gave a talk, and that was really great, giving everybody an update about what's going on, and people that were able to ask questions. You know, people were asking about the elections, people were asking about drones, you know, the typical New Jersey kind of questions that are going on. But some of the ones that I'm excited to see are, you know, deal a lot with how AI and security are going to be, you know, intersecting. You know, some are talking about tools that tools that work with AI, and other people are talking about the threats that are happening with AI. So those are pretty exciting. And then we have some of the ones that are still need to be talked about, because even though AI is taking over most of the conversation, but there was one going on right now about incident response, and we have a great group of people. One's an attorney, one's a practitioner, and one's a SOC analyst. So, you know, we really have these panels with a varied group of people, and that's really what I like about these panels, because they're not just three different people doing the same job in different industries or something like that. They have really different perspectives. So it's quite fun. We have another one about cloud computing with security. That one was packed, I saw, and there's just so many. I mean, we had to turn down for the first time. Like, usually we ask for speakers and we fill it, and that's the end of it. This time we had to turn down like at least 20 to 30 presentations. So. It was hard. I mean, that I'd never had to do before. We also have student speakers, which I'm really excited about. We always try to get one or two student speakers, and this year is no exception. One of the nice things about this year also is that we have a lot of students attending. Usually we only get a few students attending, even though we're at a university. They don't really appreciate what this kind of conference offers to somebody. But this year, we had 50 students register, so really excited about that.
That's a lot. You know, we were talking earlier about how we have students who are members, and we have a lot of students coming to events and stuff, but 50 at a conference, especially after classes are over.
I had to stop it, to be honest, because the sponsors don't want it to be an all kid.
That's right. They're taking swag and not buying.
Right, exactly. So I capped it at 50, and so they started going virtual after I capped it. So that's really nice. I mean, that's one thing. That's another thing that our chapter has really done this year is did a lot of outreach at schools. We went to Kane, we went NJIT, Rutgers, and what's the other one? Morris County County College of Morris, and we also went to, and Alex is big, of course, with Hunterdon County Community College, not Hunterdon, Hudson.
That's right, and hashtag Hudson is home for all of you Hudson County Community College students listening in.
Yeah, so and St. Peter's. So we really we hit a lot of schools this year, and it shows, because people are coming now. So it's really nice to see. So, and of course Kane. I forgot. I don't think I mentioned Kane, but that's where we are today. So wonderful to see.
Yeah, it is great to see, especially with all the students. We were talking earlier about how, you know, people want to get into the industry. You know, it's a great thing. They have interest, but it's really not a matter of you get the degree and you go and get the job. Now there's a lot of networking that's required, a lot of building your skills, building your connections, and an event like this and the others we have also really help quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree, and I hope that they, when they became chapter members, that they really follow what we're trying to do. We're providing internships, we're providing mentorship programs, so many things for students now we are offering, and I know it's tough because they have classes and other things going on in their lives, but this is the only way to get a job right now is through networking. and your grades are going to get you only so far. It's not like it used to be, where you would definitely get, you know, $60,000 to $100,000 job out of school. It's not like that at all.
No, no, the degree is table stakes now.
Yes,
basically.
yes.
Okay, so this is a really active chapter, big enough to have a conference like this. And I mean, I know I get your. I think it was just the other day the. You know, your newsletter announcements comes. It takes forever to read. It's so long. There's so much. There's so much going on.
It's become a problem, to be honest. So we have because you can't scroll through the on your phone the whole newsletter. It's so long, but we have so much we want to say, and we want to talk about all the events that have happened. We want to recap it. We want to showcase the people that are really putting in the effort to make a difference. We just did another cybersecurity awareness training for seniors recently. There's so many things, and if I don't put that in the newsletter, nobody will even know about it. So we have to really promote these things, and we also want people to volunteer for those things as well. So it's hard to find that balance of making it a good size. But listen, we have a lot of events going on and a lot of programs, and the newsletter is the biggest way to showcase that showcase the whole thing.
No, I know it is. It is great to see, and there's so much going on. There's going to be, you know, something that interests you, something for everyone, but also a lot of volunteer opportunities. You know, we've been talking about this is entirely volunteer. Nothing happens without people stepping up and working on it, and the showing we have is great.
You should have seen last night. We had 15 people come here last night to set up. It was amazing. They were like powerhouse workout. We had to fill 350 bags of swag of all different stuff, and we had to put the tablecloths even. We're full. We did everything. We put the tablecloths. Yeah, these tablecloths.
Really?
Yeah.
You have to even do that?
Yeah, because the tablecloths are a little expensive when they do it themselves. So we bought the tablecloths, and we put that on. And because we have so many people this year, we have 2 different eating areas also. So it's a project. We were here from around 5 o'clock till 8:30. Yeah.
And if you guys actually want to see a little bit of behind the scenes of what that looked like yesterday, please follow us on Instagram and all of our social media. You can find us at ISC2 Chapter NJ, and you get to see the exclusive behind the scenes.
That's right. So it's a lot to put this conference together. It's been a busy, just about first half of the year. What's coming up? I know that there's way more to come.
There is way more to come, and we have our next event is going to be we're going to a Patriots game, a minor league baseball game. We got Skybox tickets for free. Pretty amazing. We got great sponsor, Okta is sponsoring that one, and we got 50 tickets to that, so looking forward to that. That's in July, and we have a picnic coming up in September, but we keep throwing in things unintentionally or intentionally as the year goes by. I probably will have another hike somewhere in there. We had 40 people at our winter hike, so I'm going to try to do it again, and people are asking me already when's the next hike. So I'll probably have that. So we try to have like educational, fun, sponsored ones, non-sponsored ones, and that's what people want. And you may think it's silly to have all these social events, but that's how people talk, and that's how people really get to know each other. The educational events, you really can't mingle as much, and the social events is really where people get to know each other, and they build trust, and they build those relationships, and that's really what we're trying to do with this chapter. So we're just trying to come up with all the time with different creative ways of doing it.
Yeah, it's great, and you know, talking about how active the chapter is, you do all these things because people want to do it. You know, you set something up, it gets, some of them fill up quickly. I mean, within like hours.
We did go-karting.
Oh
yeah. Oh my God, both of you guys did the go-karting, right? Or no?
Oh yeah, I did it.
Yeah. I know Alex did it also. And I remember sending out an email for the go-karting, and that was in a half hour. That was sold out. And that was pretty crazy.
I have to admit, I was waiting for that one like concert tickets, like, sitting there waiting to hit the button because I knew you were going to be sending it out soon.
So And I try to like mix it up. Sometimes I'll send it first thing in the morning or late at night, but it's crazy. So I love it. I love that people are so invested with the chapter and building this community. So that's why I'm doing this. That's why I put a lot of my time and effort into making this happen.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's amazing, and you're also the person behind not just pulling together a lot of speakers, but the vendors too. And I know that can be challenging.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to give a talk about that with ISC2 headquarters.
Oh,
They were interested in knowing what do I do for vendors, how I'm able to get them. So I'm going to help other chapters out on the 17th, I believe. I'm going to be speaking to them because it is a problem for a lot of chapters to raise money and to have these kind of events. And for us, it's become I won't say a game, but it's become fun to do this. So, for example, there's one person I met at a conference the other day, and I said, why don't you sponsor us also? And they came from Canada. And yeah, that was pretty impressive. Another sponsor, I met them at Kean University at a different event, and I was like, hey, why don't you just come to ours? And next thing I know, they did. And so just by going to events, you could leverage those people, and they'll speak at your conference as well. Once they see, like, and this is one secret that I realized that is critical, is LinkedIn, posting pictures. Like, I wasn't big on doing LinkedIn as much as I am now, but I really see that the pictures are the ones that get the most views. If I just write an article or if I talk about an event, it doesn't get nearly as many hits as showing people having fun.
Yeah, that's a lot of it. That's the one thing, like everyone else, I get a LinkedIn feed that's got all sorts of stuff, ads, motivational speeches, look at how wonderful I am. But whenever we see, the chapter posts, it's people having fun.
Yeah.
Everyone's smiling.
Right.
It's not fake. It really is like that.
No, it's definitely right. When we have those picnics and we have like 100 people come to those picnics, the sponsors respond. So when they don't have to ask me, how many people can you bring to the table? Because when a sponsor runs an event, they're not going to get many people a lot of times. And that's just, they have these happy hours or they have some other kind of social event. And it's very hard to get people to come to them because they know they're going to have to listen to a spiel. Right. And the motivation is not to build community, it's strictly to get sales. And so when I say, can you sponsor an event, and I can bring 70 people, and that are professionals that have been in the industry for many years, they will do anything. And that's really the power that we have now, and why we're able to get go-karting and Top Golf and baseball games all for free. I mean, it is really an amazing thing to see, and the joy that I get, one of the big joys I have is like there's some people that have become members that are from India, and for them to experience all these things that they're students also, so they get to experience all these iconic American things that are not cheap, and they don't have to outlay any money to do all this stuff. I mean, it's just so much fun to see them enjoying all these things that we take advantage of and that they've never done before. So it's been wonderful.
I never thought of that it was opening those kind of experiences up to the students. That's very cool. And there are so many events. I mean, it really has gotten to the point where you can't go to all of them. You're probably the only person who manages to get to all of them.
I can't even get to all of them.
Even.
No. I mean, like, my wife just looks at me sometimes and just like, you promised to go to your daughter's event, I'm like, oh, that's right, yeah, I forgot, So it's there's I go to most of them, that's for sure, but once in a while there's an event that I can't get to, but it's really great. Now I'm getting my daughter involved. She's taking photographs. She's our photographer sometimes, and so that's nice. So I get to hang out with my daughter and the chapter at the same time. So that's worked out.
Oh, that's great. I did something similar with my son. He was my video editor on my podcast.
There you go.
Until he got a car, then he was done with that. So watch out for that.
Yeah, no. Once she has a steady boyfriend, I'm sure that'll be the end of that.
That's right. So, we've gotten to the size and scale where, we're known and everything, but I know when you started out as president, the chapter was much smaller. Was there kind of a tipping point where you didn't have to go out and chase anymore? And
Yeah, I don't know
more?
exactly when that was, but I definitely saw it when, COVID was like a really weird time for us, for everybody, obviously. But as far as we were building the chapter, it was growing during COVID because people really wanted community. I remember people were just like, I haven't seen people in 6 months.
Right.
And, so when we would have these picnics, and people would run to them. And I remember our first picnic, we had like 40 to 50 people come to it. And I said to everybody, all right, let's just do another picnic next month. And everybody came back. And I really saw we had something. And I took a gamble with I remember we in the beginning I wasn't charging anybody. We were doing it for free because it was all online, and I was just like, let's just see how many people come. And we were getting a lot of people attending, and I was able to get great speakers because it was COVID time, so everybody was available. I would literally text famous people and be like, are you available to speak at our little dinky group? And they'd be like, yeah, sure, what time?
Oh.
And, I got in the beginning, I got the CISO from Merck to speak at our conference, and it was right when they were developing the vaccine. And it was wild.
You've got groupies, Ken. That's the first time that's happened.
But yeah, that's what I saw, that we had a lot of like the momentum, and then we started to offer a CISSP for $100 the boot camps, and we had 100 people attend it, and it was just, we had so many good things keep going at one time. We got this guy Alex Weintraub. He just walked by, so his session just got ended. So yeah, there's a lot of people here a lot of familiar faces here, and yeah, so looking forward to seeing the rest of the conference. But it's been great so far.
No, that's been it has been. Everyone seems to be having a good time.
Yeah, I think a session just ended, so people are starting to come around. Yeah, so
I think people are going to start thinking about lunch. Hopefully, they're not going to get ornery.
Yeah. So all good. But thank you for having me here. This has really been great.
No, Ken, thanks for coming by. We know you're busy, and I can also say from the podcast community, thanks so much for your support. Ken is great. Whenever you need something, it gets taken care of. Not in 5 minutes, because he's busy, but everything always gets done, and you've also helped us get a lot of guests and get things off the ground.
It's been my pleasure to see the podcast be what it is today. It is wonderful, and thank you, Joe, and thank you, Alex, for really being here all day and making this podcast what it is today.
Thank you. We're glad to do it.
And thank you for letting ideas flourish, because this all started out with an idea.
That's how things happen.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, that was awesome. Okay.
And welcome back. Thank you for joining us, listeners. Right now with me here's Joe Patty and Alex Weintraub. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
Glad you could stop by.
Glad to be here.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your role?
Sure. So my name is Alex Weintraub. I do a lot of consulting work, 1099 work to help organizations before, during, and after a cyber attack. I've been in the field about 15 years, helping organizations build out and design security operations centers, incident response programs, everything proactively to reactively, and done a lot of work on the ransomware side, threat actor negotiations, business email compromise, network intrusions, Have been doing that for the last 6 or 7 years, and excited to be here and talk with you, Joe.
Oh, great. We're glad you could make it. You know, AI keeps coming up. Everyone wants to talk about AI, but the whole incident response is still a thing, a very big thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. AI is the new buzzword that everyone's using, and I think that when people hear incident response, they hear, I don't know, for some reason that AI always comes to mind because it's been really taking a huge impact not only on the cyber threat actor side and the nation state side, using AI to create new attack vectors, but also on the security operations incident response side to help out on the SOC, help out in GRC, help out basically on every single piece of the security business. Now, from what I'm seeing on the incident response side in AI, is a lot of AI being utilized by threat actors to send really sophisticated looking phishing emails, and their ability to scan environments for new vulnerabilities is been rampant. I think the number was like 96% of phishing emails have some sort of AI in them over the last 6 to 12 months.
And you can tell. They've gotten better. As
They've
good as
gotten,
they were.
yeah.
You can tell just looking at it.
Just a few weeks ago, I got this phishing email on my Gmail account, personal account, and I was like, wow, that is very impressive. Not only did they have information about me in the email, but it had just the ability to correlate data against my digital footprint and then send me that email. I had to think twice and be like, whoa, I was not expecting this. And then ran it through one of the sandboxes I have and realized that it's a full phishing email. I'll show it to you.
Oh, so you're really seeing them personalized?
Personalized, even to the businesses. Very impressive.
Really, yeah, that used to be, I know it used to be difficult and manual, but I guess now someone have to really target someone and look, but I guess they can do much more volume with automation than AI.
There was one related to my OneDrive account, and it somehow knew how much percentage of my OneDrive storage I've already used. I'm guessing that's public knowledge, or they just guessed and they got it right. I had to look at the email account to realize that it did not come from OneDrive. It was like cloudstorage@gmail.com, which I'm surprised that nobody actually has that email account yet.
You never know. It's interesting that you say, did they guess? Because I've always thought they might have. I try to tell people, I go, look, you get something, you say, oh, that matches me exactly. Sometimes it's like a horoscope. If they put out anything and they send it to 1 million people, it's going to match a lot of people.
It's like those magic
maybe you're
tricks.
one of them. Yeah, exactly.
Pick a color. Oh, purple. How did you know it was purple the whole time? Same thing. It's pretty impressive.
So you actually just spoke here.
Yeah.
Didn't you? About incident response, of course.
Yep.
Okay. Is this your first time speaking at CCon?
It's my second.
Your second?
Yeah.
Okay, great. What brings you back?
I just love the environment. The program is very educational. It's for everyone from the entry level all the way to the chief security officers. You got professionals, you got students, you have everyone here talking about different topics, everything from governance and risk to audit, going into security incident response, ransomware, a lot of non-buzzword conversations, which is the reason why I come back every year.
Yeah, that's great because it's like you say, non-buzzwords, and it's people here who, it seems, things are focused, the talks are focused on really learning, not selling a product, not pitching some, there's, as far as I know, there's no overall theme or anything. It's just people giving, great talks, trying to, educate people on what's happening, what they're doing, bring them up to date.
Yeah, look at the names of some of these speaking tracks. You have Rage Against the Machine. I really thought Rage was going to be here.
Well, Ken's pretty good at getting a guess, but that one might be a little beyond him even. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. We went to IT Nation Connect, and I spoke there back in November, and they had just, just completely lost the name. I'm going DJ Tiesto, but it wasn't DJ Tiesto. Why am I losing it? Flowrider. That's who it was. Really? Flowrider came out, and then I was just at RSA, and Sentinel-1 had Marshmallow, which was really cool. And I got these priority seats up top. the really cool VIP seats. Awesome.
Well, I hear that. You go, oh, this vendor, they had a big name like that. Well, you got to bring that into the negotiations with them and say, you guys got plenty of money.
Next year, what we should do for CCon is get Rage Against the Machine, and then have Brennan talk in the middle of them singing. But there's some other ones that are really good. Deepfakes, quantum computing, really, that one sounded pretty cool. Obviously, the one that I spoke about.
Of course.
Yeah, no. There's some really good ones. You have privacy. You have prevention systems around snort. Like, this is a vast range of cybersecurity topics. You have how to make an extra $1,000 a month in cybersecurity. Sending phishing emails should not be a revenue stream. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that one. I think we might be finished by the time that's on, but I'll watch the replay.
Absolutely. There's some other ones that are really good here. And I'm just excited to come back every year and see new topics. It's not the same topics, something different. And it's just that range that gives everyone that really nice exposure to different topics and different parts of cybersecurity.
Yeah, I do think that's very valuable, and it brings a lot of people here. But, it's funny. You need that mix of, yes, there's the newer stuff, the hotter stuff. People are trying to broaden themselves and everything. But, something that whenever I talk to people, pros, real veterans and everything, we go, what's the most important? What are the most important things you got to do? And it very often gets the basics, like patching and endpoint and incident response, especially today. But the field is not static, and I know it's changed a lot in the past few years. So where's it been? What kind of things are you seeing versus maybe 2-3 years ago?
It's interesting. It's a good question. The field is extremely dynamic, and cyber attacks are dynamic, because if they were static, I mean, we would have closed the loop here. It would have been easy. Shut down a few guys and who are living in their parents' basement. And I think the big thing is how people are looking at cybersecurity. Chief security officers used to not be at the boardroom table. Now they're at the boardroom table. The return on investment is really there, because people we're spending a lot of money in cybersecurity. We're looking into the trillions that are going to be spent on cybersecurity for organizations in 25. That's a lot of money, and the return there is ensuring your business stays safe and the risks are mitigated. You can't mitigate all risk. Right. New risk comes up every single day. We're seeing that even with cars. I always go back to the automobile. Every time, just back in the 50s, we put in seatbelts. I know it's about 50 or 70 years now since the seatbelt was put into a car. But, the first 50 years, 25 years of cars didn't have seatbelts. Drunk driving. Drunk driving was made illegal only in the 50s and 60s, and people were upset about that.
And it was really only enforced in the 80s.
In the 80s. Yeah. So, that's really recent. Everything is new in cybersecurity. Technology is new. And so every time we see something new and we update it, or there's a new niche that needs a new product, or there's an update, or you're always having these new things, because we're still learning what AI can do for us, what computers can do for us. I mean, we're almost at iRobot time, where the robot, Tesla's already building their robot that's going to be in people's houses.
I personally can't wait. I saw that demo of it doing the laundry and everything. I'm like, sold.
If it can fold the laundry, I will buy it.
That's right.
Take one last time, or I don't know how it's going to do the dishes, but let it do the dishes. Yeah, so I think just that dynamic, just vast range of what technology can do, you're going to have different threats that come out. Now cars are going to be automatic. They're going to be, automatic driving cars. We see that with Waymo. There's going to be security issues there. We're going to see AI being implemented into products like a Waymo or other automated cars or self-driving cars and stuff like that. There's going to be new risk. That new risk now needs to be mitigated, because there's going to be new exposure to threat actors to attack people. They're not there to make things more convenient. They're there to make things more complicated.
Right. Well, you bring up something interesting, all these new things, and I know you can't talk about clients specifically, but have you done any response engagements in one of those interesting new areas yet, like maybe maybe a car or some
Not in
robotics or something.
cars, but we're seeing a lot in the manufacturing world.
The operational technology.
Yep.
Yeah.
OT, ICS, really, really a big attack vector for threat actors now. Healthcare getting really affected
Yeah.
by ransomware and email compromises. So people really should be vigilant. I think I've dealt with my worst case scenario when I look at a cyber attack is the hospital facilities, medical facilities. When they go down, people can die.
Right. They used to be off limits, but then the money got too attractive, I guess, to the bad guys.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate. That should be a no-go. It should be off limits. But if they're going to pay,
That's
why?
They got money.
Right, and that's the saddest part here is that even with, so one of the biggest incidents I worked on was a cancer center in the center of the country, big one. And when they were hit, they could not provide chemo to their patients.
Oh, that's devastating.
And so they had to, the closest chemo in like the area was like 50 miles away, 60 miles away from that hospital. And it killed me because my father is the chief of breast cancer in Hackensack. And it just really hurt. It went to like, I got very emotional during that incident because I was really trying to get them back up and running to help out their patients. And I wanted to do it in the right way to ensure that like they weren't affected again. So it took 7 or 8 days. And the threat actor just did not let it go, that they didn't really care if they hit a cancer center or if they hit a NICU, they wanted the money. And so, you know, in the end, I don't even remember if we paid or not, but we restored the business, and I just remember the first patient going in again and smiling, and, you know, the hospital be back up. And the chief security officer called me and he thanked me. And he's like, oh, I thought we were going to be down for 21 days, and we were only down for 7 or 8. And I was like, I'm just happy you guys are back up and you can provide those services again.
Yeah, that's great, and you know, you hit on a great point. The patients also, because having had some exposure to that, it's not even just you know, not getting the treatment or having a delay. The psychological toll on that on a cancer patient has got to be just tough. I mean,
Yeah.
That's not even the word, but yeah.
Yeah, it was intense. I've done several hospital facilities. This one hit home the hardest because of just the impact it caused to that community and that area around there, and all the people that had to go to other hospital facilities for chemo during that week. I mean, it was really, really hard. But manufacturing, you know, maybe they should, you know, consider them. No, I'm kidding. Don't go after anyone.
I think they are already. They don't need
I know.
any encouragement.
It's a huge uptick right now between manufacturing, financial services, healthcare. Those are the big ones that are getting hit hard this year. And a lot more leaked companies this year than I've seen ever. Just people are not willing to pay anymore.
Yeah, I've been reading that the payments, people are just refusing to pay. Is that what you've also seen? And the bad guys are just leaking it out? They really are?
Yeah. A lot of ransomware groups, instead of waiting to leak, they leak just a
little bit.
like a sneak peek before, and then if they don't pay, they leak the rest of it. And what we're seeing is a lot of companies are not willing to pay because no matter what, once that data is exfiltrated, and I'm not a lawyer, so we'll wait for Michelle Schaap to give her opinion here, or another lawyer in data privacy. But once that data had unauthorized access, that data anyone whose personal information is in that data needs to be notified. And it's costly for that decryptor, but it's even more costly. It's very costly to notify everyone. It costs millions of dollars for the e-discovery and for data notifications. And so instead of paying the ransomware group, they're like, you know, we'll just restore what we can and we'll pay for the data notifications, do all the legal stuff, because it costs less. No, we don't need that decryptor. And okay, so the data is out there. Everyone's data is out there. My kid was born in February of 2023. Change Healthcare happened in March or April of 2023, and his data was already leaked then.
Yeah, I've been big on privacy, and I've kind of raised my kids to, you know, be careful about it too. And I think I signed my son up for something, and he got very annoyed. He goes, "You said you'd never do this and all this." I'm like, first of all, you got to live your life. Let's not get too crazy. And second of all, this organization, they probably have the data already anyway.
Yeah.
You need to be realistic about stuff. Put it that way.
Yep. think that's the biggest thing is, you're taking a risk of putting the data online, but you have to be able to live life first. And your data is going to be online anyway. My data is there multiple times. If anyone can find it and then send it back to me, that'd be really nice.
Well, the one thing is I would be curious to know just how widespread it is. Like, I know my data's out there, but just, I don't want to say how bad is it, but, how many copies of it are out there?
We'll talk afterwards, and I'll show you.
Oh, you have some intel on that?
Maybe. It's very easy to find. Instead of searching on the dark web, there are clear websites that you can go to find your information. Find your info. No, I'm kidding. That's not the website. But there are sites out there that I've used.
Okay. And we're coming to the end, but I wanted to ask what we get asked by a lot of the students here. We've talked about having students. If you're really interested in doing incident response, I know it's a difficult field and a challenging one. How can someone get into it? Who's starting out? What kind of background would they need to get the fundamentals for it?
I just asked this question on the panel, so I'm going to give the answers of all 4 of my panelists.
Okay.
Learn how to communicate simply, because communicating in depth will confuse people. My teacher in college said, "Keep it simple, stupid." KISS, and it resonates with me to this day. The second thing is learn the tech first. Explore, ask questions. Go out there. If you don't know something, someone else knows it. I don't know everything, but I have the right mentors out there that know a lot of the different fields, and I'll go out to them and ask them questions. It's okay to say I don't know. I think that's the most important thing, and I think it's humbled me over the years is that I don't know everything. And when you're immature and you're in your 20s or in your teens, you think you know it all because your parents know nothing, and then you have kids, and then you realize you know nothing because So it's important to learn from others and expose yourself to those and train and just educate yourself, gain the knowledge. There's so much knowledge out there, and I think the last thing is. Incident response is complicated. It's different. It's unique. Every single incident's different. Learning how to work with the most outrageous situations in life is going to be important. So learning how to calm down your panic mode and take a step back and realize that people's lives are on the line, and take a deep breath, and just work through the incident slowly and professionally. The last piece that they brought up was don't burn out, which is really hard to tell someone not to do. I personally have burnt out before when working ransomware and email compromise cases, and I think it's really important to realize you're not a superhero. We're not Superman, so just taking it one step at a time, and working closely with your colleagues that really can support you during those incidents to ensure that things are getting done and you can work as a team instead of as an individual contributor.
Yeah, I think that's really important, and I think that's really important for managers, the people running incidents, and even a customer who's hiring a firm for response. It's like people are people; they have certain mental and biological limitations.
Yeah.
People need rest at a certain point. They're not effective anymore.
We used to kick people off of engagements because they were up for 36 hours. We're like, that's a rule. You should not be up anymore.
Yeah,
we'd be like, go home or go on vacation.
Yeah. I've had cases where I've been doing an incident, and I've had some people on the side, and they've said, but I want to play, I want to run, and I go, don't worry, your time is coming.
And that's where we're at right now.
I guess so. That's right. Okay, well, Alex, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for coming to the conference. I'm going to have to watch your talk on video.
Well, so I really appreciate it, Joe, and looking forward to listening to this on video soon.
All right, great. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for joining us, Alex, from one Alex to another. Thank you.
To the Alexes.
To the Alexes, Alex squared, as we like it here. For our listeners, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for Joe for hosting this podcast, and for Alex for being our guest today right before we're going to go on a lunch break. You're going to catch us again at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with another guest. Have a great day.
Okay.
Yoli, just confirming. Can you hear me okay?
Rather low.
Low is okay.
Which is all right. I love the music.
Okay. So I'm going to be giving you visual cues. Twist.
I kind of like needed to see you to feed off of it, you know? Can you hear me well?
I can. How do your headphones sound? Okay, because
Yeah.
I can adjust them if they're too loud, okay?
All right.
All right, so I'm going to be cutting to the video feed of you. Make sure that we have you on level.
I like that it's Avaya. I worked there.
And welcome back. That was a nice lunch break, wasn't it?
Absolutely great. The
Wonderful.
company was absolutely fantastic too.
Thank you. So, listeners, for you just joining us, this is Seacon, New Jersey 2025. We're here in the wonderful state of New Jersey, and the rain has finally stopped. Thank you so much to King University for hosting us here for this amazing conference, Seacon 2025. Did you know that we sold out at 350 attendees in person, and all 350 are here? Amazing. This is Alex Velez, and I'm here with the wonderful Yolanda Baker, or Yoli as I like to call her. Welcome, Yoli.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's a pleasure to be here. I enjoy the cybersecurity community. That's why I continue to come.
Of course. Now, Yolanda, tell us a little bit more about yourself. I know that you had a vast career in cybersecurity.
So I started in the administration IT, and from there continued until IT auditor and cybersecurity auditor at last. Always had my side interests such as yoga, so no matter where I worked, happened to have the opportunity to experience that and facilitate that. And that's what I'm doing here today.
Wonderful, and thank you so much for talking about that. And then a great thing to think about with cybersecurity is that with a job as tough as that can be, it's really hard on the mental fatigue. I know for certain, I speak from experience, that the burnout is real. So that's actually how we ended up talking about it, because you told me about the wonders of yoga and how you found that after a very long career in cybersecurity that there was a benefit in yoga that healed you from the inside out. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, which maybe it's a question for your audience and yourself. What do you want to do when you grow up, right? And 20 years ago, I was exposed to a class of yoga after work. And corporate is very, very stressful on many levels because of cadence, because of industry, whichever. And what I found was that the more I practiced, the better I was. Then I got into learning all about how to become a registered yoga teacher, and from there really absorb what yoga is all about. And most definitely I see and can see the difference in not just physique but in mental and the coordination of your vagus nerve to the fight and flight versus your parasympathetic nerve, which is the rest and relaxation, and how that really helps you be balanced. I've seen the opposite, where even today people say, oh, I have physical pains and so forth. Um, Life is too stressful not to really take care of yourself, and because I've been in the industry and I've seen it firsthand, I'd like to be able to serve the industry, the community, women and men.
That's really wonderful, and I really couldn't agree more about the stress on the parasympathetic nervous system, especially when giving your history of working in very critical roles like the SOC and audit and GRC. I can only imagine the stress you were carrying on your shoulders. I know that when I had my stint in DFIR or incident response, my flight response was always so activated to the point where I couldn't sleep for days at a time because I was just so hawked up on that, that hormone that just really gets you going,
Adrenaline.
the adrenaline and the cortisol, and I found it difficult to sleep and whatnot. And if you're not sleeping, you can't do your job well because you can't learn, and it just becomes this vicious, self-fulfilling prophecy almost. So I think you told me once that you discovered yoga by a corporate event, if I remember correctly. Tell us that story.
So how I even learned to about yoga was coming out of work a bit after the 5-6 o'clock mark, and noticing many employees practicing yoga, and I said, "Oh, wow." That was at Chubb 20 years ago about, and I said, "That's how I met my first yoga teacher," which I had the opportunity to speak with her 3 weeks ago, and that was amazing. 20 years, she still remembered me. I've kept in touch. From each of my yoga teachers, I've learned different techniques, and having had the opportunity to see how yoga is beneficial in a team building within a corporation, because there's the camaraderie among the yogis and so forth, and becomes a support system as well, that I would recommend any corporation that wants to have employees there 5 days a week, that they shouldn't, online the well-being of their employees, and they should bring wellness to the office as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that would make RTO a little bit more palatable, because at least that way I would have something to look forward to, to be able to connect with my teammates and more importantly connect with like my inner self, just to keep that peace. That way, I could become a more effective employee.
Yeah, well, an effective employee, but as well as a human being, you're exchanging energy. So aside that humanity that you bring, and you might help somebody else, and then also teams advance when there's this kind of energy and respect and collective, and that's part of what yoga does. Yoga is more than just the exercises. Yoga has limbs that are moral ethic, nutrition, concentration, and breathing, prana, and total immersion with your own one core. And people might have the opportunity to expand their actual understanding of what yoga is, and how essentially is one of the best practices that you can bring to a corporate workplace. So meditation, for example, which is easy to do and incorporate chair yoga. So chair yoga combined with meditation is one of the things that can be done even during the middle of the day, and actually will provide more efficient more efficient use of your concentration, your memory. Your ability will go down, and you will be a more centered person in your workplace.
I couldn't agree more. And then, did you know that we also have a ton of students here who are all aspiring to become cybersecurity professionals. With these days, with how turbulent everything has been, I know that stress is high and the students are feeling the stress as well. Do you feel like yoga can help with that level of stress that even the students today are facing with an unstable job market?
Oh, absolutely. Even before they're looking at a job, having this type of transition, and that is pretty hardcore, right? They're becoming more grown up. At 23 years old, our prefrontal lobe is supposed to be completely grown.
Yes, developed from what I heard.
So think about it. There's a lot of the stresses that are outside of their sphere of control. And how would yoga help? Well, it will provide them a certain type of knowing your core, because eventually that is what your poses are. It will give them a calmness that also can help them, I would say, take things as they are, as they flow up and down. And I know it sounds wishy-washy, but when you don't let all of the different disagreements and all of the different aspects of life that are negative affect you and harm you, then you're able to advance to the next level.
Well said, and I think that's a very important quality for the students who are listening to really grasp, which is, when everything around you is on fire, you definitely want to be able to make sure you can find your center, because then that way you'll be able to find an extinguisher and be able to just put out all the fires around you, because once you're zen, that woosah, you're good. Everything else is good. And it was really inspiring to see somebody who's been such a foundational member in everything that we're doing now come back and now be a sponsor. So tell me more about what drove you to become a sponsor of this wonderful event, CCon New Jersey 2025.
So, not a commercial sponsor like all of your different cybersecurity sponsors that are great, but I wanted to be part of the community, and perhaps even inspire that this type of conference and chapters include the wellness of the individual versus all of the different type of tremendous stresses that the industry has. It's very important to be ahead of cybersecurity, not only against individual, but state agents, hackers, etc., right? Because it's not just a crime, but it can be a geopolitical mess, right? Depending on what level and who are those that are in the cyber roles. But no matter what, any of the roles, from GRC risk management all the way through SOC, through IR, incident response, any of these, and at the level that you start, the stress is even maximum. And people think that only the CISOs and the CTOs and the CIOs have the maximum stresses. It's also the teams that are supported. It's the stock analyst team, analyst and his team or her team that go without sleep, rest, water, and whichever, right? And then, well, why do I want to bring this? Because I want to bring awareness about the importance of the human being in the aspect of the cyber defense and cyber attack dance, if you will. I want to bring the importance of the responsibility of companies, organizations, and the well-being of their teams.
Wow, that's quite
I know, sweet,
the
right?
goal, and it's sweet and it's inspiring, and honestly I get it, because in the end of the day there's this saying that, referencing the OSI model, that layer 8 is actually people. Now, there are many paths to cybersecurity, as we know. I like to usually reference the InfoSec color wheel to kind of really illustrate to students and newcomers to cybersecurity about all of the different paths and roads they can take into becoming a security professional. But it doesn't stop there. It also goes with all ways of wellness. And I know that there are multiple paths and multiple roads. I think actually, if I remember correctly, that's kind of what inspired you to call your new venture Roads. Tell me a little bit more about the venture you're on now.
So, so the slogan, "Many roads to one you," relate to the understanding and the base of really what yoga is. And yoga is you were to put it in paths or layers. It goes from the morals and the ethics and the conduct and the learning, the nutrition to feed your body. So at all points, there's that one paradigm of following the correct manner of doing things. And yoga asana, or the poses, are not just about the best pose. It is about taking prana and breathing well, right? Prana, energy, managing your energy in your pose, and actually getting to feel yourself within the pose, not what you look at or look for or look like. So I wanted to bring a paused way of doing and still where it can be energetic, or where as hatha, or where it can be as gentle yoga. But the main thing that has made me want to do this is to bring awareness about well-being and how our energy and how we affect others. Maybe a kinder place, and before I was being sarcastic, but now I do actually mean it.
And something, I think that's what's so incredible about our community that we've built here, because we really do want the best for each other. And that's why, regardless of what title you hold or what position you hold or where you want to go or are currently, this community supports you. This is why it's so important to be at conferences like this, because this is the kind of thing you don't get in a classroom or in any book. It's the interacting with people, the exchanging of energy. It's a vibe, guys. It's a vibe.
It is.
It is. And you know what? This place has a lot of aura. So at this point, I can definitely only say, thank you so much for being not only a foundational part, because I've heard all of your stories of how you were at the interception of all of these grand ideas, and now seeing them come to life must be incredible to see it from your point of view. I can only imagine, and thank you for everything that you've done. And with that said, I want to say, I'd love to help you plug your next venture. Tell me a little bit more. Where can people find you?
Well, I am at yogarose.com, and you can find me also on LinkedIn, Instagram, all at Yoga Rose, and also Yoli Baker. If you want to come directly to me, I think I'm the only Yoli Baker on LinkedIn, I hope.
Well, you certainly are quite
Thank you
unique.
for your support.
No, of course, that's what we're here to do, because that's what we do here in this community. We support each other. And then I guess, did you know, because I figured you would love this fun fact, and I'm full of them. Did you know that June 21st is National Yoga Month? National Yoga Day month? So tell me, what are you going to do on the National Yoga Day?
Well, I'm actually launching my new business on International Yoga Day 2025, June 21st. It was very intentional because I want to bring to those who come and support me a little bit about what yoga can be in their lives.
Incredible. Thank you so much. And for our listeners, again, if you want to learn more, you can go to www.yogaroads.com. You can follow them on all of your social media platforms at Yoga Roads, and that is with an S. The event that Yolanda is referencing is on June 21st. It's going to be held at Gallery Event Studio in Garfield. Be there or be square, or in this case, should we say warrior pose 1.
It's gonna be sold out.
Of course. Yoli, thank you so much for being a guest, and thank you so much for continuing to support us even after you've decided to do a new venture. Remember to know that we're always all here for you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. And to our listeners, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to head on to our next guest. Thank you.
How lovely.
Joanne, Joe P.
So how am I coming into your headphones, guys?
Good.
For me.
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay.
Can you hear me well?
Can you speak up a little bit more?
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, I gotta get closer.
Yes, you do. Joe, can you also speak up?
Yes, I can speak up. Not a problem.
Perfect.
How's that?
All right, you
Okay.
guys sound great. I'm going to be cueing you guys in about 2 more seconds.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
And we're back. Listeners, thank you so much for tuning in and waiting for us while we were getting our next guest. With us today is going to be Mr. Joe Nunes from the ISACA New Jersey chapter, and here with Joe Patty. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi,
Great
Joe.
to be here.
Oh, great to have you here, Joe. You know, this is quite a session we have. We have 2 Joes, which happens occasionally in this area, but we also have our second president of the day. I feel like I'm doing 2 presidential interviews. That's fantastic.
Well, I think I guess I'm Joe's the president secondary. Really, Ken has done a fantastic job in putting primarily this event together. We certainly, New Jersey ISACA chapter, really helped out. We brought some volunteers and tried to give Ken a hand. But this is really Ken's, primary show. Let's put it this way. But nevertheless, I'm very honored to be part of this event and be part of these joint sessions that we've been carrying on for, I believe, past 4 years.
Right.
So Ken and I were going back, and we certainly enjoy working with ISC Square, and will give us an opportunity to really kind of join the 2 forces, 2 membership forces together, and collaboratively provide really, I guess, a very insightful technical session on some of the current paradigm security topics that are going on in the world.
Well, there's certainly a lot of those, and I know we can certainly always use help in putting on an event like this. So thanks for joining. Why don't you tell us a little bit about ISACA?
Sure. ISACA is a nonprofit organization, really representing ISACA Global worldwide. And our chapter, we're about 2,100 members big. And our primary mission is really to provide education to our members in the areas of opportunities where our members are able to earn CPEs to fulfill their certification requirements that ISACA requires. As you know, ISACA certifications are very well known in the technology and auditing and accounting spaces, and they're very respected certifications. So there is a certain standard that we follow, and we work towards that mission to make sure that our members have enough opportunities, not only A, to become certified if they want to, and B, if they want to earn CPEs, they certainly could look out to our chapter for assistance. And we're able to do that via the events such like the ones today here, and we do it, in person or virtually.
Yeah, I know that you do have a lot of events and do a lot with the obviously the certifications and the CPEs. I can tell you, I'm way behind this year, so I'm glad I'm coming to this one. I need the help, but now from what I understand, I think you have a lot of people who are members of both of
Correct.
ISC2, and I know I am. So.
No, and that's very exciting, because that shows, the caliber of our members. They really, I believe ISC Square is a somewhat smaller nonprofit organization. They're kind of filling up a space in security, more geared towards technical professionals. But ISAC, we're really more. We kind of I could say that we kind of browse through the accounting space, to the technology space, and our range is a little bit larger than IC Square. IC Square just, I guess, it started not too long ago. When I said compared to ISACA, we've been around for many years. I could tell you that personally, I've been with the chapter for 14, but ISACA per se is probably around for about 20 to 30 years already. So we've been providing our members with good educational opportunities for them to fulfill their objectives.
Yes, I know the I first know you. Maybe many people do through the certifications, and I know they've been around for a long time. And
Right.
for a lot of people, once you get to a certain level in your career, they've become essentially necessary.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's something even internally within my own company. We promote those certifications because it gives our young professionals, our young members, the opportunity to really step up to the next level. Because, especially today in the digital age, where resumes are filtered, via machines practically. So if you don't have those certifications, those four-letter words, it's possible that you have an outstanding resume and you could get filtered out only because you're not a CISA or CISM or a CGUITE or a CRISC certified. So it is important to have those certifications. I think from a professional perspective, they really put you at a different level, much higher than when you first started. And people look at you in a different way when they assess your talent, obviously.
Right. Well, it gives people a benchmark. I mean, I've hired a lot of people, and it's especially the good certifications, the ones that really show some knowledge, really show some experience. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but there are some certifications where, a couple of weeks of study, almost anyone can pass them, and they really don't tell you very much.
Well,
these certifications are quite different. They're quite more.
It's funny that you mentioned that because let me just throw out a little stat that just popped up in my head here.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the example of the CISA certification. People, when they talk about certifications, oh yeah, I can knock this certification out in 2 hours and get the exam and I'm done. However, what they don't know in terms of the CISA certification is that only 64% of all people that took the exam the first time passed the exam.
Oh, really? It's that
so
low?
that tells you how valuable that certification is. And I'm only using CISA as an example, okay? Obviously, everybody knows that the bar exam is very difficult, the
Right.
CPA exam is very difficult. But when you compare those with CISA and you see that only 64% have the experience of passing the exam the first time, it tells you how difficult that exam is. And that's one of the reasons where our chapter excels, where we have a very high ratio of success when we train our students with our refresher courses in passing the exam. So I think as a chapter, I am happy to say that I'm very proud of our experience, only because it is a difficult exam to pass.
Yeah, I can tell you, I within the past year took the CISM, which I'd avoided for years doing anything like that. And you know, with my, if you look at my hair, I have many years of experience, and I actually had to study. I was like, wow, I've got to study for this. There's a lot here. So yeah, it's not a slam dunk at all.
No, correctly. And you know, sometimes it's not that the questions are difficult to answer. For the most part, they're all multiple choice. But it is the way they are positioned to you. You know, you only have a certain amount of time to answer those questions, and they're multiple choice. And if you don't read the sentence correctly, you could be thinking that you're answering the answer right, and yet, because there's a couple words that are a little different there in the sentence, it just throws the response incorrectly, and that makes it very difficult. And you really need to dominate and master the knowledge of the topic that is being asked.
Yeah, I think anyone who's taken the test or even the practice exams knows that.
Well, yeah, and that's another area where our chapter really helps out. Just to give an example, you know, ISACA Global has these training materials, and they are extremely expensive. Some of them are $800, some of them are $500, depending on the type of study material that you like to use. And our refresher courses we're now charging $150 for a 2-day course. And
really, $150 for a 2-day course? That's a deal. Even if it's not a great course, that's a deal.
I think
even
it
better
is.
if it's good.
Well, you know, you get a very experienced professional teaching the course. We mimic the exam. We try to explain the what I call really try to help the students how to interpret those questions correctly, and how to answer them rapidly. And you know, and then you give them. It's a 2-day course that we provide them for $150. We give them some sandwiches.
Oh, you get food with that. That's even better.
You get food and
Awesome.
coffee. Believe it or
All
not.
right.
Believe it or not, you get good coffee and food, and we are very proud of our success rate. The students are extremely happy when they say, "Hey, geez, you know, I'm so happy that I've took your training course because I was able to pass it after 2 attempts." You know,
Right.
so that makes us very, very proud. So that's one of the key areas where I think we are excelling in our chapter.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I know that a lot of people, you know, will take preparatory courses for certifications and things. You know, in a lot of cases it's necessary, but I like the idea that you're taking it, you know, from the organization, you know, within that, and not like from a company
Perspective.
Yeah, because it just feels like it has, you know, more community, and I know that we have that in the ISC2 chapter too. That there's a pretty big presence of people, you know, helping study for exams. And I know that I haven't done it myself, but I know a lot of people have said that's really, really helpful for them.
Yeah, I think that is it's an excellent point, and the interaction between the students and our professional trainers in a relaxed environment, it only helps the student, you know, achieve the goals that they're looking for. And it helps them really, you know, pass the exam and understand how to study for the exam, which is really, really important. Is really how do I study? Where do I focus my knowledge areas, or the areas where I'm not so good at, where I could take advantage and focus on those specific points and you know, answer the questions correctly. And that's where we come in based on our experience. That's where our trainers come in, and and for the most part, we've been successful because our trainers are very experienced in their lives. They're sharing them with our students, really live scenarios that they all went through, and just that sharing of experience really, you know, benefits the students quite a bit, and they like that style, you know, that approach. Let's put it this way.
Oh, that's great. And it's working from what you said, so that's what really matters.
Yeah. Well, our training courses, we try to hold them, you know, one set of training courses in the fall, one setting courses in the spring, summer time, you know, We're now debating to add another set of training sessions. So instead of holding it 2 times a year, we're probably going to hold it 3 times because we are getting some good positive feedback and interest on these. So
I'll bet. So winding back a little bit, we were talking about the current job market,
yes,
which is challenging, put it that way. And you're right. The certifications have become a big part of it, especially where yes, we have the AIs going, looking for certifications, and or you get. I think with a lot of them, you can either get kicked out immediately if you don't have something, or you don't get as good of a score and you get kicked
that's
out.
right.
So in the past, say, year, 2 years, have you seen an uptick in the number of people looking for certification that would maybe correlate with that?
I have, and that's an interesting question that you're posing. And I could speak internally from my own company. We're a major CPA firm, and I could see that the young professionals are reaching out to us and say, "Hey, Joe, how can we get certified on this particular area, and what do I need to do?" And so the interest for these younger folks to get involved much higher because they recognize that they will not succeed if they don't have these certifications. And unfortunately, because like you said, the AI is just either gives you a low score or just completely filters you out, and if you don't have them, it's not working in your advantage, and you lose opportunities. And I could tell you that you have a young professional coming out of college, into the professional field, and without a certification, and 2 years later, the minute they get that certification, they see a bump in salary by
Really?
$20,000 to $30,000, which it's pretty significant for a young fellow, earning that kind of money. So they recognize that value and they jump on it very quickly.
Oh, I'll bet. And one of the we've talked about it. We've talked about it on the podcast here too today. We have a lot of students who attend. We have a lot of students involved, and they're always asking, "How do I get a job? How do I get a job? How do I get a job?" And of course, being at events like this, networking, meeting people, even more important than it ever has been, even at the entry level. But do you have, I'm just not familiar with it, do you have certifications at the entry level for the kids coming out of school, or is it just more mid-career advanced ones?
Yeah, it's more of a mid-career type of adjustment. Unfortunately, that's a very good point. Why wouldn't we help our young professionals with that kind of capability and prepare them for the future? Unfortunately, no, we don't. And I think one way for them to succeed is, like you said, through networking. In our chapter, for example, we have an academics and rising professionals committees that focus right in those areas, and we actually hold sessions at the universities and try to attract students to come into our chapter so that we could begin polishing them and kind of getting them to set the tone. I like to use the word for their mid-career advancements and the preparation of taking these exams, which will help them in the future, And for example, for a CISM or a CISA or even a C-RISC, once you take the exam, you're really not certified by ISACA standards. You really need to demonstrate 5 years of professional experience before you really become a fully recognizable and certified person in whatever area you decide to follow.
Oh, it's 5 years. I didn't realize I'm going to have to look it up recently. That is a little more advanced.
It's funny that because for some students, they find that discouraging because, geez, I spend all of this big effort in becoming certified, but now, oh boy, how do I really become certified? I passed the exam. They really don't understand until later that for you to get the official certification, you need to have 5 years of professional experience, and it's always good to have a mentor behind it to help you speed up that process along.
Well, I got to think it's beneficial though too. If nothing else, you could say pass the whatever exam, and hopefully the AI catches that on your resume. But
correct.
Even for an employer, hopefully, someone looking at a resume or looking at someone would say, okay, this person does not have 5 years of experience, they're earlier in their career, but hey, they took the test. They're committed to their career. They know some things. I got to think that's somewhat helpful.
Very helpful. Very helpful because you're coming in, and if you put that down in your resume, like you said, it's not fully weighted 100%, but at least has some weight. Okay, and that is something that we could see that there is determination in this particular student, and there is an opportunity for this student to really take that certification to its maximum potential, and we look for folks like that all the time.
Yeah, that's great. In fact, that's some of the advice that I give to the younger people. I say, when I'm hiring, it's like you're not just looking for someone who can do it. I mean, obviously you want someone who can do it, but
right, of course,
but when someone like that is up against someone who has some real passion, it's like I say, I like to hire the people who live for this stuff. Yeah,
absolutely.
And not everyone does, but they're the real go-getters.
No, and it's interesting also that, for example, when we become certified, you feel more confident, okay, in your ability to deliver good work, and we look for that, okay. We look for those kinds of symptoms, I guess, if you want to call them, or kinds of areas that we think that the student can excel, and that he's looking to focus in this particular area, and that is really helpful for a student. So I tell you, one thing I always do to my young professionals, I say, look, if you have the opportunity to take the exam early, do it earlier than you don't wait 2 or 3 years for you to be out of college and then take the exam. Obviously, if that happened to you and that's your situation, take the exam. But if you have the opportunity, take the exam early on, because it's much easier while you still bring that university mentality into in your system, and it will be much easier for you to take the exam rather than wait 3 or 4 years where you're so busy with other things in your life, it becomes a little bit more difficult to focus on the exams. So take it early, because that was one mistake I made. I waited, and I shouldn't have. I should have taken it earlier, because that's opportunity is lost.
Well, I did the same, and I would say take it early, take it as early as you can, because as long as you get PPEs, you keep it the whole time. I mean, I was never very big on certifications myself. I put it off literally for decades, and then I realized I've got to get this. And like I said, I had to actually study. I had to take the time to it. I'm like, I wish I'd done this years ago. Just been done with it, gotten it out of the way. Not have to worry about it.
I hear you. It's so true, because I look back in my career and I said, Joe, why didn't you take these certifications? Why didn't you take your CPA exam? Why didn't you take your CISA when you really had the time to really focus on it? And that's why I say, look, don't wait. Don't wait, because that's opportunity that you won't have early on, and this is money lost, actually. Money lost that by you not having the certification, you are getting paid in a much lower bracket than if you were to have a certification. So that's important.
That's true, and I'll tell you something else. If you really wait long enough, like I did, you'll be taking a certification around the same time that your kids are taking the SAT and studying. So there'll be that extra pressure that you better pass the first time. Your kids are going to be all over you.
That's correct. I mean, you won't have those pressures to worry about.
That's right. You won't have to worry about that at all. No family stuff.
Absolutely.
Right.
But it's funny, because that's another area that we at Chapter are looking into very seriously, is really perhaps bring some of our experience into the high school level, okay, and really try to kind of explain the topics, what we do, what is all of this technology can do for the students, and if we think that we could do that at the high school level, I think we're now beginning to blend and attract these, create more interest in these students to really get to what they eventually want to go, and give them an opportunity of choice, because it is an opportunity of choice. Because then there are those students who say, oh geez, I'm really getting turned off by these topics, and that's not an area where I really want to get into. So I'm starting lining up my future according to what I like and I don't like as a high schooler. So it gives them that opportunity, and at the same time, from our perspective, we put our name out there, and it really, it sticks out on them. You say, hey, I remember those ISAC folks, they come in and they helped us, they talked about us, these different topics, and I found them very interesting. Now it's time to pay back and give it back to the chapter.
Well, I think that's really interesting. I wasn't aware that you were active at the high school level, and having kids in high school looking at colleges and everything. The thing that clicks in my mind immediately with it is how much of the college prep and the career prep is getting younger and younger and pushing further.
The pressures are there. The economic pressures are there, as this world is becoming a digital world, right? Decisions are made very fast, and the ability to select and attract the best talent is increasing by leaps and bounds. So if they're not positioned in that area, they're going to go in the back of the bus, and they're going to lose that opportunity.
Yeah, things have changed quite a bit. But okay, so why don't we talk a little bit about yourself? How did you get into ISACA and come to rise to your presidency here?
Well, yes, interesting story. I've been with the chapter for 14 years.
Okay.
And actually, I've worked with this mentor that, I don't know if you know her, she's very famous in the field, Lily Shu. She's
I don't personally.
Right,
know.
is very well known in the ISACA world. And I worked with her as a colleague. I not considered myself a professional, but a polished professional at the time. But I wanted to get involved, and she kind of created me an opportunity to become a volunteer for ISACA. So I started at the certification committees. I was at the registration, helping register the folks, and then I attended the courses, and I checked them all out. Mm-hmm. And then the next year, I became part of the certification committee, official, as a member of ISACA. And then the next I know, I'm the certification chair of ISACA chapter.
Well done.
And this was progressively going year after year. And then eventually they said, "Oh, Joe, you did such a fabulous job as a certification chair. Why don't you join the board?" So I became a director of the board, and then the year after, they said, "Well, Joe, why don't you become a treasurer? And why don't you become a secretary?" And today I'm the president.
So should we look at it as you're climbing up the ladder, or you're getting pulled in deeper and deeper? I mean, which one?
Was kind of a combination of both. Yeah, my interest in climbing up the ladder, and I had, fortunately enough, I had someone that was pulling me and helping me push faster. So it took me 14 years to where I'm at today. I'm ending my first year term as a president, and I just been nominated for the second year. We fill our positions every 2 years. We have to replace these executive positions. So I'm going to go into my second last year as a president. Then I'll become the past president, which I'll have an opportunity to teach the new president to achieve the goals and the objectives of the chapter. And that's where we're going here with this mission.
Oh, that's great. Well, as we kind of get to the end here, what can we look forward to in the chapter for next year then?
Okay, for next year, I think we could look forward to more certification courses, the availability. Certainly more in-person and virtual courses where we're giving virtual courses for free and not 1 hour courses to give an opportunity to join us and learn about the current topics that are going on in our world. And so I'm looking to implement those and help every chapter member as much as we can in fulfilling the goals that they're looking to fulfill. So certainly more involvement with our members. It kind of bring out our New Jersey ISACA chapter name more in throughout the state, so that people know more about us and what we can help them with.
Yeah, well, we were talking about before. New Jersey does have a large and pretty active security community, more than I had thought was there.
It's amazing,
So,
isn't it?
yeah.
I mean, organizations like ISC2, New Jersey ISACA chapter, and there are some others. These efforts by these nonprofit organizations are just tremendous to kind of really enlighten everyone, on the paradigm of security, now artificial intelligence,
Yes.
you name it. So I think we have a responsibility as educators to promote as much as we can in those areas of security, artificial intelligence, and whatever other technology course or topic you want to learn about, and that's going to be our mission.
Well, it looks like you're on it. So great.
We're trying, and joining efforts like with ISC Square is very helpful. We'll continue to do more of those. We're looking to join with the New York chapter, for example, and the Philadelphia chapter, and that's how we grow.
Oh, that's great. And you are doing it, so thank you so much for all you do.
Well, great pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to talk about the New Jersey ISACA chapter, and we'll look forward to more and better things in the future.
Great, thanks, Joe.
And thank you so much again for joining us here. And as we all know, teamwork makes the dream work, and that's what we're here to do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And thank you so much for your time. Shout out again to ISACA New Jersey for being one of the integral partners here for this lovely CCon New Jersey
right.
of 2025.
Year number 4.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the weather's clearing. I think, Joe, you might come close to bringing the sun out for us.
I hope so. We're giving out umbrellas, though.
Oh, that's right. I got to get my umbrella. They look pretty cool.
You know what? I
Thank
think
you.
that's an excellent segue for our next guest. I think her company name was Rainbow Secure. Stay tuned.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they sold umbrellas or something, but okay. Sorry.
Well, you already know what comes after the rain. A rainbow.
A rainbow. That's right. Okay, cool.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening. We're going to take a short 5-minute recess, and we'll be right back.
Hello. I can hear myself too. Beautiful. Hello. Hi. It's me with my Germanish.
All right, I'm going to cue you guys in about 3 seconds. Let me just do the cutoff on my end, okay? And welcome back to CCon New Jersey 2025. Thank you so much for our listeners for waiting. And we finally got the man of the hour, Mr. Keynote himself, Mr. Oxkaya.
Hello.
Welcome, and we have here our host, Joe Patty.
Okay. Hi, Erdo. How are you?
Thanks, Joe. I'm wonderful. What about you?
Couldn't be better. What a fabulous day. And I'm glad you were able to stop by because I believe you're one of our keynotes and you're taking us out.
I will do my best.
Do your best.
I'm just the last person between the event and going home, but I'm going to ensure that they will not forget like last year. I'm
Right.
going to do the closing note so people will look forward to come back next year.
Oh, you're not just the last person before we go home. You're the last person before the networking party. So,
True,
you know,
true. That's also true. I mean, before the drinks, I forgot
For the
about the drinks
drinks,
part. How can I forget about that?
Yeah, seriously. So this is actually your second year with us?
Third year, actually.
Third year.
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. You know what? I think we probably started here the same time. My first was, well, I guess 2 years ago. So this is my third.
It's getting bigger and better, right, Joe?
Absolutely, it is. It's really great to see it growing. But we've been talking about that all day. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
My name is Dr. Doloskaya. I work at CISO at Neox Networks, and basically I live and bread with cybersecurity. It's all about cybersecurity day to day, the human part as well as the technology part.
Oh, that's great because there is such a human part to it. I don't know if you know Yogi Berra, the famous baseball player.
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah, one of the things Yogi said was, what was it? 90% of the game is half mental, and I always thought that's true with security too. There is such a psychological and mental and people aspect to it that people just don't totally get. It's certainly not all technology.
I cannot agree more, and today my session is a little bit about that as well. So I'm going to talk about the technology, but no matter how much you spend in technology, and there was a case just 2 weeks ago, public, Coinbase, they had great cybersecurity, they have every product that you can think in the market, but guess what? Threat actors bribed the employees and the data leaked via human factor. So sometimes just a click, sometimes a bad policy in the human side. And as a result, the hackers get what they want.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. It's another example of just going around all the technology. I remember years ago reading one of Schneier's books, Applied Cryptography, where he talks about the rubber hose attack.
Yes.
That's my favorite attack. It's just get that password out of someone or that encryption key, the old-fashioned way, put it that way.
Security is, everybody can hack technology. Only experts can hack humans, and this is Bruce Schneider again. He's saying that. So hacking the human social engineering is becoming more and more crucial, especially with the help of AI. It's much harder to detect, and we humans, we allow you and I, we're doing this for a living, right? But the word free, the word connect, the word download is always still taking attention. People still believe on $1 iPhone deals and or free. Adobe software usually costs $7,000, but you can download it here for free. Guess what? Nothing comes for free. And as a result, there is either Trojan inside or sometimes a clickbait, where even NATO officials get hacked through that. Again, it's gonna today in my session today. I will have official case study. I work with NATO as well, where diplomat fall into simple clickbait, and as a result, there was very secret documents, unfortunately, on dark web.
Wow. Yeah, this stuff is all for real. It is just crazy, when you talk about the social engineering. Long time ago, I saw a talk with the late Kevin Mitnick when he said he was talking about doing engagements, and he said something like, what was it? Someone asked him if he'd do something like if he couldn't social engineer, he'd give them a break or something like that. And he goes, it's almost like cheating, because you can always social engineer something.
Always.
You can always find someone who you can get through.
I have a book called Learn Social Engineering, which was endorsed by Kevin Mitnick before he died. But let me tell you, do you know the first social engineering attack? Just think about it. How old is, you think, the first social engineering attack?
You're going to say this like comes from the Bible or the Roman Empire or
Exactly.
something, right?
On the Bible, Adam and Eve. They were in heaven. They had everything. You know, we live here. I mean, if you believe, right? Or based on the Bible or the other holy books. People are in this world in an exam, and if they do good, they're gonna go either to heaven or hell. Guess what? Adam and Eve, they were in heaven. Then, based on Bible, the devil came, but I think he was a social engineer. He said, "Hey Eve, look, there is a beautiful apple tree. Go and buy it." Can you imagine? Eve had everything,
Right.
but there was only one forbidden tree or fruit, and as a result, we are here today in the world. So, even people, or our grandfather and mother, who were hacked, social engineered in heaven. So, yes, it's as old as the human history, and unfortunately, as young as someone was born 3 seconds ago, because I'm pretty sure their data has been already stolen through a healthcare insurance crime. Unfortunately, it's still going on right now.
That's so amazing that you say that. Way back when that kind of social engineering. Someone saying, "Have I got a deal for you? This one thing you don't have," and you can talk someone into that. And you're right. And someone who can, probably has an iPhone, can afford one, doesn't need one, but oh wait, I can get one for $1. Oh yeah,
Did you know that Brooklyn Bridge was sold to immigrants when they first came to US? Like, hey, do you like this bridge? Yeah, poor Italian guy came from Italy, new, he has some money, and they're like, I can sell the bridge, you can just put some boots. They thought about this years ago, and they sold Brooklyn Bridge to that immigrant and took all the money. So this was, of course, a social engineering attack without technology. Social engineering is not happening just with phones or with computers. It happens every single day. And I think this is still, based on Verizon, is still the second biggest attack vector these days.
I believe it. Okay, so you've written a book about social engineering and even gone way back. Is there? We always see new fishes and new techniques. Are there actually any new social engineering attacks, or is it just variations of the same old scams, same old themes?
It's like when you look at the latest virus or ATP attack, or what is new about it? The vulnerability. It's still, people look for gaps. They find it. They find a technological medium to get into it. We call it malware. So today, there is more than 450,000 malware released every day, right? But the mentality is still the same. Back to your social engineering question. The mentality is the same. We humans, we still like, as I said, free. Or look at James Bond movies. All the spy movies, It's either a beautiful female.
That's right.
Right? Sometimes, look, Joe, do you have any kids? Are you married?
Yeah.
Yeah? Like, if I ask you to give me your Mac password, would you give it to me?
If you gave me $5.
All right, what about your PIN for your credit card?
I would not, no.
All right, if you don't mind, if it's not private, what is your kid's name? You can make it up. Let's say
I can't tell that as my password. Okay.
no, I was not doing social engineering. Let's say your kid's name is Jim.
Jim, okay.
Okay.
Jim.
Just imagine I call you. Hey Joe, look who's next to me. Jim. You either give me your password or I'm gonna kidnap your child.
I've heard that combined with the clone voices and deepfake.
Exactly.
That is very
Exactly.
nasty.
By
Very
the way,
bad.
this is old as human history as well, right? But
Yes.
today, when you look, this is also the new word of what is a ransomware?
It's ransom.
Yeah, right? They kidnap your computer, they lock it, they ask for money. So I know ransomware might be new, the very famous one, 2016, 2017 WannaCry. But when you look at the technique, it's old as, I don't know, when was the first kidnapped,
Right, yeah.
Do you see, like, back to your original question, maybe there is nothing new, but something, 10 years ago, I was giving you, 20 years ago, I was giving you Nokia 3210 to make you happy. Today, iPhone 16 is gonna make you happier.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Scam.
Only the polish is changing. Does it make sense what I'm saying? So it's really not about finding. It's the same, by the way, in cybersecurity. Like, everybody keep asking me after 25 books, PhDs, training, speaking all on the conferences globally. What I'm a CISO myself, and I'm the president for Global CISO Forum.
Okay.
And they keep asking me, what can we do? I have this product, I have this technology, I have this training. I'm like, go to the basics. The basics is gonna save you. What is the basics? Keep your password secure,
Right.
keep your system secure and up to date, and honestly, ensure that when you have a firewall, the firewall is actually tuned up. So I keep telling this, Usain Bolt, you know, the Olympic,
Yes, the runner.
runner. So if I buy 10 shoes, is it gonna make me a better runner? No. If I buy 100 cars, is it gonna make me a better driver? No. So unfortunately, this is one of the biggest mistakes that I see these days. People keep buying antivirus, EDR, MDR, XDR. At the end, it's all the same thing. I'm not saying you don't need it. Don't get me wrong. I work for a vendor.
No, they're important. But you need to
Maximize the
Get them to work.
utilization. Exactly. Many people just tick the boxes. I mean, I used to do in my past life ISO audits. You know, backup tapes. They're like, yeah, we have it. I'm like, sure. Can you please restore this for me? They're like, oh, hold on, this is not part of the audit. I'm like, hey, you know, are you really after passing the audit, or do you really want to be cyber secure? This morning, Michael, the state CISO for New Jersey, mentioned that. It's still, you know, they have all the certificates, ISO, SOC, NIST, whatever, you name it, but they still get hacked. Some government organizations. How? Means it's tick box. Same with technology, it's tick box. Someone else today asked me, Adnan, one of the other speakers, it's like, Erdal, training is not helping. Why? I'm like, because the training that's supposed to be given is not the training that we give. We have one standard training for everybody. If I give the same, like I know you know cybersecurity.
Right.
If I give you the same training that I give to my wife, you're gonna be bored. If I give the same training that I give to my CEO and my CIO, then I'm doing something wrong. Training has to be customized based on departments, based on utilities, based on you name it, and then training will have meaning. I hope this answered the question a little bit. I know I went a bit off topic, but I was always trying to go back to the, you know, with all these examples to the core of your question.
No, that's great stuff, and all this stuff is true. You know, especially it resonates with me when you talk about some of those fundamentals. I mean, I have another podcast I do, and every once in a while we'll ask someone, okay, so you know, a lot of security people on CISOs, technical people, whatever, and we go, what's the most important thing? And you know, we know the answer, but we go, what's the most important thing to do? And it always comes down to the same 3 or 4 things, the basics, like you said, patch, have good authentication, you know, good passwords, make sure your endpoints are tight, and you know, make sure you actually have a security operation, not just something sitting there, that someone's watching it, that they're monitoring it, that you know what's.
But for
what's
real, not
happening.
for the sake of having the product and feeling
Right.
good.
Right.
Did you join my session last year?
You know, I'm sorry. I don't
All right,
remember.
then you
on
should
my
join
life.
this year, and that's how I'm gonna. I mean, last year I mentioned some basics like who doesn't patch their computer? Everybody was patching. Who has MFA? Everybody. Then I'm like, then how come? I only showed New Jersey-based attacks. I'm like, how come this was hacked? How come this was hacked? And today I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm
Well-
gonna ask, please join. Everybody's gonna say, yeah, we do that, we do that. Then how come all this organization were hacked?
Well, I'll tell you what. What immediately comes to my mind is, you say, how many people patch their machines? Everyone raise their hand. How many people patch all their machines? It should be none. 95%, 96%. You know, that's it's true. It's everything.
I mean, if they don't believe you and me, they can read Verizon Data Breach Report, or they can read IBM Data Cost, Breach Cost Report, whatever it's called. It's there. We're talking about facts that people think they know, but knowing is not like stealing is bad, and if you speeding is bad. Let me
Right.
give a better example. Driving and speaking on your phone, the phone in your hand is bad, but let's be honest. How many times did you do it? We do it sometimes every day.
I
we
was going
check.
to say, do you mean this week or overall?
Yeah, you know what I mean. So we know knowing is not doing.
Right.
Knowing is not doing. So knowing the basics is doesn't mean that you do the basics, and we have to go back to doing the basics.
Yes. No, I agree. You know, it is true, and it's almost become cliche that so many people will go out and they'll, they'll go to a conference, not a conference like this, but a conference, like RSA, where there are all these vendors, and they got the big splashy stuff, and everyone wants to buy the thing with AI, with this or that or the other thing. All
Mega
this
words, right?
fancy stuff, mega words, buzzwords, catchwords, whatever it is, and they're going out and talking to all these guys about this stuff, and their patch management program is a disaster.
You remind me something. I think at Black Hat, when I was a speaker back then, we were giving away USBs.
Okay.
People grab them
Of
and
course.
they plug them in. Or just again, 2013 Black Hat. I was giving away my books, and I said, "Hey, look, I could only bring 5 books with me, but there is one more book under the seats. Just have a look." Half of the audience looked under the seats. I'm like, "Hey guys, I was just," and the session was all about cyber awareness. I'm like, I was talking half an hour about cyber awareness. Don't believe on everything. Then I gave some real books away. Then towards the end, people believed there was one more book. They looked under the seats. Um, I can give you more examples. Like more than 1,000 people were in the audience, by the way. They know I'm talking about Black Hat. Best of the best go to those conferences, right? I'm not just talking NJCon or whatever.
Right.
At the end, there was something real, right? The books was giving away.
Right.
In top of it, they were social engineered. I mean,
Yeah.
nothing. Just it was for fun, but it happened.
No,
It's
you're
happening.
right. It's all the same buttons. It's greed, getting something for free, even if it's an honest person. Everyone likes something for free. Fear, a lot of the gift,
I gave you a kid example.
or the gift card scam
Oh, yeah.
is a great one. It's like, okay, this may not be my boss telling me to do this, but if it isn't, if it is him, I'm in such big trouble.
But
I've
why
gotta
should your
do it,
CEO call, message you asking for gift cards? I mean, this is also different kind of fear. I'm like, your CEO needs 10 gift cards, $25 each. I'm like, he's a CEO, right?
Why
Or
would
she
he
is a
need that?
CEO.
Yeah.
Like, I would understand something else, but I'm like, but when fear kicks in,
Well, that's it.
unfortunately, logic goes away.
Right. Yeah,
Psychology comes back to psychology. Everything is about human psychology, and in my book, I studied during my PhD as well on human psychology, because if you understand, Chen Tzu said this 2,500 years ago. He said, to win a war, you have to know yourself, but that's not enough. To win a war, you have to know your enemy, but this is also not enough. To win a war, you have to know yourself, the enemy, and the battleground.
Right.
Then don't be afraid of any war. So basically he was telling, know yourself, know your weaknesses, know your human, know psychology. And once you know psychology, you are the winner, always.
Well, that's right. And that seems to be true over and over and over again. But we're all still human. That's what happens.
And thanks God, that's why how we make our monies. Can you imagine?
We all have a living here. It'd be
like,
boring
all
if
this
people didn't
conference
do it.
is, we have, 400 people here trying to learn about cybersecurity is because of that. I'm not saying thanks God, don't get me wrong, but this is which drives the industry. The vendors, us, the listeners. Yeah.
We still have you want to say we still have a lot of work to do. I guess as long as we're who we are, we
As
always
long as we
will have some
breathe.
work to do. As long as we breathe, that's right.
And there, as long as there is human, I mentioned Adam and Eve, and I don't know what's going to happen after life. I cannot prove based on Bible there is one, okay? But it's up to people's belief. Some people believe they're gonna come back, so I don't know about this part, okay? But one thing I know is, as long as there is human, there's gonna be attacks. This could be cyber, this could be warfare, this could be whatever. This is never going to away. Just another example, when you were 6 years old, you had someone in your class who was little bit fat, has glasses, and you used to bully them. Maybe not you, but someone,
Yeah.
right? Today, this is made in a different way. Even presidents, they bully each other, right?
Right.
Like the current president goes back saying, "Hey, he was a bad guy," or not just opponents. Unfortunately, this is part of human life, and our job is human plus technology.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now here's something that's coming up. We haven't talked about AI for a few minutes, so we got to talk about AI all day. I have heard that one of the most terrifying scenarios is one of these thinking AIs. If it comes to an AGI or a good reasoning one, imagine it talking to people and it has access to every psychology book ever written, every paper, knows every con that's ever been made down back to Adam and Eve. Wow.
I don't have to imagine. It happened.
It did, really?
Facebook was sued for doing this. Mark Zuckerberg was downloading, including my books, all the books pirated and training the AI. It's known. It's in the news, by the way. So I don't have to imagine it happened. So you're right. Look, you notice my Germanish accent, right? I was born, grew up in Germany, lived in Australia and Dubai, last few years here, and I have this weird accent. But you can go to my YouTube channel. Someone cloned my voice, okay? And I speak within 1 minute 12 different languages. I can speak 4 languages in real, by the way.
Okay.
But within 1 minute, 12 different languages, and one of them is perfect English, better than Sir Richard. Or King Richard. You know, my voice, I made my mom listen, she thought it was me. I made my wife listen, she thought it was me. And to be honest, even I'm like, is this really me? You know, the clone quality is so good.
Yes.
Did you see the new Google Veo? They do now street talks, you know, but it's so realistic.
Yes. AI's
Yes,
talking
AI
to
is
each other.
AI is gonna replace many stuff. Am I afraid? You know, I know I'm gonna be still valuable in some areas, but we all watched Cybercop. We all watched Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. You know,
The Terminator.
the
yeah.
Terminator, Skynet.
Well, you know that's one of the great questions. If we had this advanced AI, why did the Terminator have a German accent?
Yeah, here we go. Promise I'm not the one.
Were they cloning your voice?
Nein, ich werde das nicht machen. Oops, that's German. Back to English.
You know, that actually brings up something interesting I hadn't thought about. I have heard I've heard the things where they will take someone's voice and translate it to another language. I think they did it with the president of Brazil a while ago, and it was incredibly impressive hearing him speak perfect English, and he doesn't speak it. But you know, they talked about them cloning your voice very well. I wondered, did they clone? Were they able to clone your voice with the accent and it being authentic?
They can clone as is, or they can just clone your voice. What I'm trying to say is
right,
basically
the tenor
Yeah.
of it. But so
cloning with
they can
accent
do
is even
either.
easier. Yes.
Oh, wow,
I don't know if
that's
they can
wild.
really do Germanish, but I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. Arnold Schwarzenegger, ex-governor, right?
Right.
Austrian, which they speak German. So honestly, let me try. I have access. I will try and send you my next video.
Yeah, so you know that'll be our protection. We can only talk to people who have accents. If the AI can't,
Yeah.
get to
I
it.
knew this is gonna be one day important.
That's
Yes!
right. There you go.
Yes.
You're in. That's awesome. All right. So, it seems like you do a lot of stuff. All these books, all these things. You really are.
I love, like yourself, I love the community. You might say, hey, books, they are sold. Honestly, no. Everybody today is getting a free ebook. I try to give it free as much as possible as well.
An ebook, is it on a USB stick?
No, this time it's in a QR code.
Oh, it's in a QR code.
Technology is changing, my friend.
Okay.
I hope it's a legit QR code. Let's see. You're gonna find out soon. Check your bank account tonight.
Well, I'm going to be trying it out in Tails first, okay? Just to be sure.
That's smart.
There you
I
go.
always keep saying that. Look, control is not a boundary to trust. Trust me, but always control, like zero trust.
Right.
You know, always verify. And as long as you verify, this is also going back to basics. When your door rings at home, let's say we had some beers, I leave, and 2 minutes later I notice I forgot my phone. I just come back and ring the door. Would you say, this is order, he just left 2 minutes ago? Or would you still check who it is?
Of course you look.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Please check when it comes to cybersecurity. Always verify. Always verify. Is this really Erdal asking for gift card? Is this really apple tree? Like, I don't need that apple tree. Why? What other benefits gonna give it to me? You know, like apple, not the tree. Just you know, I don't need that. Will really someone give the iPhone for $1?
Right. Well, that's it. I try to tell people, you know, we have all this awareness training, and it is effective. We have to do it for compliance purposes and everything. But I try to tell people, including, you know, family people I know, you know, remember what a lot of the things that we've learned in the real world about how you trust people, how you do things. It's like, you know, when something's too good to be true,
It's never true.
it's not true. When someone is trying to rush you and put you in a pressure situation, they're probably trying to get you to do something you wouldn't do otherwise. When they're playing on your fear, take a step back. And it's hard, even if you're, you know, I guess it's so effective because even if you're looking for it, even if you know it, it's still hard.
And that's what it is. We know it, but sometimes we think, it will never come to us. It's like when you see an accident, you slow down. You get scared, worried, but 3 minutes later, next day you continue driving as you are usually doing, right? Unfortunately, this is again human psychology. It's like us people, they smoke. It's never them who's gonna get cancer. I hope they will not.
Right.
All right, it's always someone else.
Yeah, that's it. It's always someone else until it's you. Now I've heard
But
that,
you are someone else for someone else too. You know, that's
Right.
what we keep forgetting.
well, some of this actually another interesting part of psychology is the psychology of risk, and I've heard, and this might have been Schneier too at some point, saying that as humans evolution has made us much more focused on short-term risk, immediate danger, that tiger coming right at us, but not what's going to happen tomorrow. And I think that also plays a lot into into the risk management, into the security that we do.
Honestly, again, when I used to teach risk management, I was asking that, when did you learn risk management? Let me ask you, when did you learn risk management?
You actually learned it at a very early age.
The second you were born, the doctor, the non, when they, you know, they feel like they're dropping you. You hold the fingers tight. Check the babies. Or when you start walking, you were first you didn't start walking. You were crawling. Then I'm like, can I walk? If you check the kids around, you will not remember yourself, but check.
Well, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say it about 3 years old, because I remember from my kids, if you have kids, it's at about 3 years old that you realize
Exactly.
you can take your eyes off them for a second without worrying they're going to kill themselves, because they have a
Exactly.
sense of risk and danger at that
Exactly.
point.
Exactly. So again, is risk management new? No, but we sometimes don't. You know, sometimes people think we talk about quantum physics. No, it is seriously. Technology is simple. We are making it hard. Like, I don't get it. It's just computers. You know, all these packets coming in and out. But hey, how does packets work? How does TCP work? With three-way handshake, right? It's the protocols. It's like, hi, is it Joe? No, it's George. I'm sorry. Oh, Joe, hi, Joe. It's Erdal. Nice to meet you. We shake the hands. This is how the packets communicate, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't have to go deep dive. But understanding the basics. My mom and dad, they can't even read and write. They were born in a poor country in Turkey before they went to Germany. Today, they don't have any computers, but my father knows that someone calls and they pretend to be police or from the government. They're like, hey, you know what? Sorry. They just hang the phone.
That's good. That's smart.
And
Yeah.
this is the very basic. I'm like, look, why should a police officer call you? I mean, they usually bring search warrant and they come to you. Or why should doctor call you unless it's your family doctor.
Right. Well, that's, yeah, you're right. Sometimes you see something. It's like, and I see that with fishing stuff too. So, you know, even for us, we get things that are very good quality. But then you see things where we say, this just isn't right. This doesn't make sense.
How many times you were expecting a packet from Amazon, and then it was you had coincidentally a phishing link. Like, is this real? Should I click or not? But anyway, I think we can talk all day, right, Joe? And our time is coming up. That's your job to tell me, but I know I can speak all day. I don't want to steal someone else's time.
Well, you know, when we were setting this up, you said we could talk as long as we wanted. You could go, and you definitely delivered. Well done. And you're speaking again in what about an hour or so?
Pleasure.
No, it's great.
Thank you, Joe.
And it's always a pleasure to hear from you, obviously.
Thank
you
you
know,
very
I had the
much.
great pleasure of being in the audience while you were speaking at my alma mater at Hudson County Community College. So thank you so much for doing that, because for us, Hudson is home, and it was a pleasure to have, you know, someone as big as your stature to come to our little humble school. So really appreciate that. And like I said, I could always listen.
I don't say it. I really mean it. And you saw me there. It was nice to see you as well. It's really, I love to be part of the community, because if you don't give back, it's then we're doing something wrong. Sometimes it's money, but sometimes it's, you know, knowledge. And giving knowledge is harder than money. If you have lots of money, you can donate. But even if you have lots of money, you will not have time to give the knowledge back. And sometimes I try to, you know, give money for the people in need, but more important, knowledge, which I have more than money, as of now. As of now.
Well, you
thank
keep giving away books. That's the problem.
I mean, I do. My publisher hates me, but you know.
Those books change lives, so thank you for that.
Yes,
Especially
they
from
do. I'm joking.
from a poor girl from Jersey City, we appreciate that very much.
Thank you. As long as you invite me and I have the time, promise I'm going to be always there.
Thank you, and thank you so much for that. And we definitely don't want to take you up while you have to prep out to make sure you finish us with flying colors. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very
so
much.
much for
Thank you so
joining
much.
us here at the live podcast.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for our listeners. This has been CCon 2025 in New Jersey, here in the wonderful University of Keene University, who has us here in the STEM building. The sun is out. It's no longer raining. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess to have our final sponsor speak with us shortly. Davo, can you speak up? Speak into the microphone. I want to see if I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you please keep speaking? I'm going to see if I can pitch you up a
Yes,
little bit
sure.
more.
Yeah. Is it okay now? I'm bringing mic with near me when I talk.
Yeah, that's
Is this good?
perfect.
Okay.
That's good. Thank you. Okay. Can I have you speak next?
Hello.
All right, you sound good. Remember, you have to face the microphone when you're speaking, okay? So you can
Like
twist
this?
it. Yeah, you can twist it a little bit more
Look
to
at the
make it
microphone
comfortable.
or microphone look
Like
at
this,
you.
twist.
Twist.
There you go. Yeah, so you can have it face you, okay?
Microphone face you. Face you.
There you go. You don't want to unscrew it,
Because
just
it's a unidirection.
know.
So
Yeah.
unidirection means
Okay.
it catches only the straight.
so that way we can hear you. You want to be anywhere from 3
Hello.
inches?
Right.
Perfect. Yeah, you want to be anywhere from 3 inches to 6.
3 to 6 inch. Okay.
Yep. Joe, can I have you speak up?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, wonderful, guys.
Good. All right.
All right, I'm going to be counting us down. And we're back. It is now 3:12, and this has been an exciting day so far at Keene University for CCon New Jersey 2025. You guys just saw that we had the last sponsors slide up, and we had that for a very, very good reason, and that's because we have today the lovely Rainbow Secure with us. Welcome. And we're here with Joe Patty, and if you guys can introduce yourselves.
Myself is Nihal Mehta. I'm the co-founder of Rainbow Secure.
Hello, and myself Dhaval Shah. I'm a CISO and CTO with Rainbow Secure.
Okay, welcome. It's great to have you here. I feel like we're getting to the end of the day, and Alex, you threw me a challenge. All of a sudden, you said we're going to have two people, but that's fine. More people, more fun. We're here to meet people. So, Nehal, can you tell us a little bit about your company and what you do?
So, my company Rainbow Secure is a color and style driven multi factor authentication and identity access management platform where user can have a color and style as a part of their login.
That is very unique. I don't think I've heard of that before. Wow.
Yes, this is something new that we are introducing. Currently, people are facing challenges based on their dark web password they are stealing on the password they are selling on a dark web. Also, phishing, credentials stuffing, as well as keylogger brute force, and MFA fatigue and MFA challenges next level.
Yeah.
So we try to solve this kind of login challenges by simply adding user interaction in form of color and style to make it more simple, more easier for user to use it.
That's not only innovative, that just sounds so cool. Color and style, doing that. It's not terms we hear a lot here in InfoSec. So, Davel, can you tell us a little bit about how it works? This is so unique.
It works very seamlessly. At first, you not even notice that how come suddenly my life becomes so colorful and secure.
Okay.
So, behind the scenes, we integrate our MFA plugin with your email, your cloud, your office, your ChatGPT, for example, any business applications that you use. We provide this software plugin that works hands in hand with your software, whether it's a SaaS service or even a custom application that your company uses. So today, when you integrate Rainbow Secure with your, for example, Microsoft Office, what happens is that when you log into the office.com, you are presented with a secure sign-on experience driven by graphics. So literally, you can even have your first name Joe as a credential when you log into Office. Only thing that you have to do is that you have to format the word Joe, say with some background color or some font color, or just write Joe with J underline. So the any graphics or any creativity work that you do with your login, that may be even your OTP that we send you. So that creativity is baked in into the credentials, and that is securing the accounts from the many of the cyber attacks that Nihal just mentioned. So this is how it happens that your creativity, what you do and what you know factor is securing the accounts.
So you mean when I go to log in, and I
Yes.
say my username is Joe, and I put
Mhm.
Joe or I write it or whatever, and then I say, when I set this up, I decided I was going to use
Yeah.
and I pick the shade of green and put it on there, and however else.
That's
and,
it.
and that's what authenticates me.
Yes, that's
Yes.
what
That's
authenticates
the thing I know, huh?
Yes.
So
Wow, that is so
And we are
wild.
not against of we are not suggesting only just use a just password based login.
Right.
You can use whatever company policy or workflow that you are using day to day life. Same use same workflow but add simple color and style into your bucket and make it more stronger as well as more easier for user to manage. Think we are the IT professionals. We handle the security, IT, uh, all the backend side of data, and we can manage block, unblock, we can assign access, all the stuff we can handle on a backend side. But as a user, think how simple, how easy that we are giving to them.
Yeah, that's so. Well, it's so interesting. There's so much stuff with authentication. It's huge. IAM is the foundation of so much of what we're doing, especially in the cloud. But we all pretty much use the same things or the same variations. This is one of the most innovative things. Just the idea of it to do something completely different that I've seen in quite a while. So Okay, the most obvious thing I have to ask is if you pick a color that's essentially your credential you're going to use, there are a lot of colors.
Yes.
And they look differently on different screens, on
70
prints and all
million,
that. Yes. How does that work? I mean, how do you distinguish it all?
So we create a palette, security palette, in terms of what font colors, what background colors that your organization is offering to your users. So they will have a choice of the color styles, the font styles. They will have a choice of what they're offering to the end users, and the colors and everything is both visual and also the RGB codes that are there in the system, right? So users can have the selection of colors. Say, for example, I want to say make my password like Staples or Pepsi or Coke or Lay's something, or I can be doing more artistic. Say, hey, I'm gonna write my name in font Verdana. So any small creativity that I'm doing on my OTP or password that I'm doing an input, right, that is actually becoming my habit, and it's becoming more, you can say that the GUI standard that is right out there now. So it works seamlessly whether you are using iPhone, you are using Android devices, Google Chromebooks, or even Windows laptops. So it works seamlessly same way on all the platforms.
Oh, okay. So you're using fonts and preset colors. So, but all those things in how do I don't even know the terminology for
So
all.
basically,
So,
you
so
know-
you
It's like a
have
formatting dimension we are introducing in
Yes.
login security.
And as I understand, see, as a business, you can select basic like a shortcut. You know how your application you are making a shortcut. Okay, this is this color that I want to make sure that I can give it to my like employee. So you can make basic default shortcut for your employee, but if your employee use out of 70 million, they click on the WordPress multicolor toolbar, select some RGB number, and use some hexa code. Anything they want to use, they can handle the security. They can use it. We are
oh,
not restrict for anything. Not saying any rules, no rules. You can use it any way that you like it, any platform that you are using.
So the simple color palette companies can offer, like say different, say they can pick say 15, 20 colors from the millions of color sets available. So when I'm logging in to say, for example, I'm logging to my Chase Bank account or logging to my say, Fidelity trading account. So even if say my password is in blue color at Chase Bank, but it will not be the same as the blue color at Fidelity. So we are handling that complexity on the back end. For end user, he knows that my password is in XYZ shade or XYZ color, that's it. They don't have to worry about uppercase, lowercase, special characters, nothing. And no
Every time is
enforcement
unique.
of, every time they can have, so as simple as any password with say any graphics element that we are offering. So even your 4-character password is actually not 4 character, it's actually more than 300 character plus complexity of traditional character password. So we are satisfying the security requirements of different regulations, and also at the same time, because user experience is now graphical and simple, so users love it, and at the same time, IT people have a good time to handle the other pressing needs of the organization. So they are relieved that if the hackers are stealing the passwords from the dark web and applying on the company's corporate account, because of any weak cyber hygiene, say if you have an employee who is reusing his Facebook password on their office.com or any Outlook account, then it's not gonna be anything of concern to the IT executive, because they know that there is a formatting dimension involved. So stolen passwords from dark web, the cyber liability that businesses are facing today, that cyber liability we are eliminating. So the breach liability from past breaches are no longer applicable for the clients who deploy Rainbow Secure.
wow, that's interesting. You know, that's you mentioned that's what I was trying to get to before. Do you have sufficient complexity
Yes.
and enough for all that? Which I figured
You
you
know,
must have a solution to it.
also it's like earlier people you must be heard about the captcha as a service.
Yes, yes. That well,
This is the smarter CAPTCHA that cannot have any
So
services.
you don't no longer need to have your end users go through traffic light solving and other puzzles because you are working with colors and style as a part of your authentication process. That is making sure that you are identifying the human user. And we have other smart elements in the authentication process so that know whether it's an end user really using the system versus some hackers trying to play tricks here by automating the hacking.
So all the modern techniques that people are using to like device registration, location registration, time registration. So with the help of AI, we are using that to monitor user and try to make sure this is the correct user. And if is something going wrong, we set up alert and take one step ahead to verify that user.
oh yeah. Well, that seems like the reality of how things
Yeah.
are now. The simple, you have the answer or whatever is it's too easy. Things will be broken so much. So that's interesting. And the other thing I'm thinking of is just the previous interview I did. We were talking about the human element in
Oh
everything.
yeah.
And on my own podcast, where we have a guest in an upcoming episode who's talking about human factors, not
Yes.
user interface design,
Yes,
but
yes, yes.
human
Human
factors
factors,
in security, and really getting to the psychology of what works, what you can remember, all that sort of stuff. So this is totally reminding me of that whole
Yes.
scene.
Yes. Yes.
And we offer total flexibility of adopting these graphics elements in the security. So you can have users say initially sign on with a rainbow password, and then you can have step-up verification through that OTP or other factors. So we can have a mix of the authentication strategy by role, by department, or by the sensitivity of the application they are authenticating into. So we are providing them with a seamless way to authenticate, but at the same time, mindful of the security needs of the given use case.
And human factor, I agree. Why they are a bigger challenge? Because security is very hard to use.
Yes.
That's why they are frustrating. It's not they don't want to use, but sometimes they are not able to one way. Like if I am not able to log in one time, two time, three time, I get frustrated. I just try to avoid that to use again. So the challenge is not like they don't want to use it. Sometimes they try to avoid it. It's because complexity, and we try to make it more easy and more fun.
But more fun too. When was
Yeah.
authentication ever fun? So
Yeah,
that's
so we
that's
made
just
it possible,
wild.
like,
The whole thought of it.
Making the human factor the power factor in security. We are
Yes.
making.
Oh, that's great. How long have you been doing this? I've never heard of
So
this.
far, it's like 4 years we are working
4
this.
years? Okay.
Yeah. So we started our journey day before COVID.
Oh,
So we are
wow.
invited by
Wow.
Microsoft, and we are joined their accelerator. And next day, COVID hits.
Oh,
So
wow.
everything is going online. But we are like lucky to get security, Microsoft security people guide how to build this solution.
Oh, okay.
So with the help of the Microsoft, IBM, and Google security expert, they are our mentor and they help us like, okay, what modern I authentication tool should be look like, how you can implement this, how you can achieve, and based on that we develop the simple solution. Sometimes it's look like okay, it's very hard to remember color, but think about 30 character long password and instead of one character with underline.
You know, I don't know if you've encountered this, but I was just thinking, um, I was speaking to the previous interview. We were
Okay.
saying like I jokingly like, oh my password is my son's name. I can't tell,
Yeah.
so I can't tell you my son's name. I wonder, do people lean towards a certain color? Like, I want to hack this guy. What color is his car?
Yeah.
What color is his wife's hair or something?
Yeah, that's true because see, let them guess it because each blue, each pink color have a 255 different shades.
Right.
So
Okay.
And we are not only just playing with the shades, we are implement as a font color as a background color.
So they don't know whether it's
They
like,
don't know which is which.
Which
yeah,
is
which
which.
is what, or
And each
yeah.
interaction, like each guessing, work with the interaction UI. So when you are saying like when you want to guess one character, at least they have to interact at least 255 times.
Wow.
Or even if we go back to example of Joe as a password in green, now Joe can be a password with J in green color maybe, or entire word Joe in a green color, or just write Joe with a background in the green, or just E in green background.
You
So
can
there
have
are
same
right
thing
here,
for your lifetime.
it's like
Just play with
tons
it.
of combinations, but mainly customers like it because the friendliness, the interaction they do, they feel confident that okay,
And
if
some of
yeah,
customers, how they are doing, they start with the size or font name.
yeah.
Start from 1, 2 month, next to three other. So they start with the 10 size, then 20, 71,
So not only
22.
the
They
color,
are
but
playing.
font styles matter. Like you can just write literally your password Joe in font size 18, or in Times New Roman. So there's different ways to do it.
And
What,
they
wait,
said,
wait. Do you mean people like voluntarily change their passwords
yeah,
just to make it look different?
yeah.
To make it look.
So you know, my
That's
customer,
wild.
my customer says, it's like whenever we change that, we are more happy
Yeah.
because on back of our mind, we thought like, hey, we try to fool the hackers.
Just like people put new stickers every 3 months. They love to even change the colors every 3
So they tried to trick hackers. They thought, okay, let me play. Let them guess.
This is so different than anything. else.
And we
wait,
were-
it's not April 1st, is it? I mean, this is for real. Gosh,
So-
this is
So,
great.
we invented a technology. We got the patents done, patent approved on our technology. So
And we got
yeah,
certified even.
under
Like,
DoD.
yeah, DoD certified we are.
Oh, really?
Also, we have VAPT testing this platform. We are currently working with this getting SOC 2 and ISO 27, as well as this solution is available to work with a WordPress to all the cloud SaaS application, including Windows, Chrome browser, all the
Chromebooks, yeah.
application. You can
Okta.
integrate with this password.
Wow.
Yeah, so all the IM players, cloud platforms, and SaaS applications, you can use this technology. Plus, we provide custom APIs to the developers who have been developing solutions, new, not many AI and other software they are developing. So our API will empower them to secure the platforms in a better way.
Oh wow, that's pretty built up, and you're working with Microsoft and IBM and
Yes.
Google. That's some serious social
So
proof.
currently,
Wow.
we are a Microsoft partner as well as we are Microsoft startup. So,
Oh great. Wow. Okay.
and also
So
we are Okta partners,
Yeah,
right?
we are Okta partner,
Quite
partner,
partners.
and our solutions plugins available on the Okta, Microsoft, Checkpoint, and WordPress marketplaces.
oh, okay. Wow. We're all over. I gotta ask. Do you have like a freebie or a trial? Can we give
Yes.
this a
Yeah.
trial? This is
Yeah,
pretty
yes.
cool.
Please
Yeah.
try,
Yeah,
try
please
our
try.
solution.
Just go
And
to website and sign up, or they can even
initially you
email
got
us.
a
Yeah.
30 days free trial, but
We
when
can
you give
extend,
us
yeah.
like a feedback or any videos review, we extend your free trial.
Okay. What do you extend it for? A podcast interview?
Definitely we extend that.
Oh,
We
great.
extend for a long
Okay.
time.
You know, the review is very valuable for us, so we want to like a happy user, and that makes our life.
No, that's great. That's great to hear. It's always good to see real innovation, and that's
Yeah,
very
yeah. You
interesting.
can easy to plug into your any of the Office or Google platform. Easy enough to plug into your websites too, because WordPress websites are also very notorious. So
Yeah.
Rainbow Secure plugin has been helping our clients break that hacking cycles
You know,
they were going through.
right now, WordPress, they are only have a 16 character password.
Yeah, you cannot go further than 16
You
characters.
cannot go further.
Really.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You know,
And government are using a WordPress.
well, WordPress is. I'm sure there are many WordPress fans, but being a defender, a security guy, it's had some issues now and then.
Yes.
So.
Agree. It works with all the web platform, but this is the main weak point, you can say that, because WordPress don't allow more than 60 character of password. And as a security person, as like, okay, this is the back door. And even, people are using a biometric, but if biometrics not work, what they use?
Right, you get back
You
to the
get the
back to
Password.
the
password.
pin, back to
Yeah.
the password.
Password or PIN.
Yeah.
Right.
Again, back door is open.
Well, it's still there. All right.
Yeah.
So are you glad to have you here? Are you doing a lot of conferences? Do you come
Yes.
around a lot? I imagine you are.
So we are used to go in cybersecurity event as well as uh, partners event and some small SMBs, because currently we are focused to work with the pharmaceutical company, healthcare provider, education, because kids, they don't carry a phone or OTP based login. So we try to work with education sectors, defense, that is we want to serve most.
Oh, that's a
So
good
highly,
market
yeah,
for strong
yeah.
authentication. That
Because
makes
Yeah.
sense.
compliance sensitive, high security risk areas, like whether it's a defense, as Nihal mentioned, whether it's a pharma industry, whether it's a healthcare industry, or even in the fintech sector, they do need better security for privileged login users as well as traditional user roles. So we are trying to work with customers in those areas. So those customer base we're targeting, it comes from small to mid-sized industries. So that's the focus
When I
area.
started to work in cybersecurity, I heard one thing: CISO are not good having a good sleep.
That's true.
So we want to give them a peace of mind. And
Peace, yes,
Well, that's it. Well, the question that the classic question the CISO gets asked is, "What keeps you up at
yes,
night?"
yes.
That's
yes,
what you always say.
yes.
They always keep monitoring the dark web to see if any of their employees' passwords are stolen on the dark web. So they ask them to change it right away if they find it.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
phishing simulation,
Yeah.
every morning
Yeah, you must
they
have
have to
noticed a
run.
lot of emails you see, like click by mistake. If you click that link, then they prompt you to send you the security training.
right, right. So, is this your first time at CCon? It must be, because I would have remembered you if you were here
No,
before. That's my
we are
guess.
like this is our third year
Is it really?
to
Oh
sponsor this
gosh!
event.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Well, we're happy to have you. I don't know how I missed you before.
No, we are like quite working in ISC Square, as well as Dawal is also member of ISACA, and we give how to use. Earlier we just have a MFA product, but today we are introduce our identity access management platform, where we are like give user to power to see their activities, as well as give a role based access, monitor them, as well as create user, add any application they in their workflow. So all kind of good works they can do that with the identity access management platform.
Also, we provide the detailed compliance audit reporting that they need for the ISO compliance, SOC 2 compliance, and other compliance mandates they have. So, out of the box reports and ability to provide them with a custom compliance reporting. That's the USP we have.
And Sikon is like it's
It's a
very
good platform,
motivated and good platform for
it's
us.
nice
Great.
community. ISC
Yeah,
Square is like a great community
and
where
great people,
great people.
security people, and they are always motivated us. I must say that.
Yeah.
No, that's great. I was going to ask you what what brings you back to CCon, but I guess that's it.
Yes,
So,
that's the
Yeah,
answer. Yeah.
many people here, they are not only just mentoring me, they encourage me. Also, whenever I feel low, they push me back.
oh, that's great.
As well
That's
as
great.
they give me a good feedback. Where I'm stuck, they point me.
Yeah. So
Even
that we can improve.
the Nilufar who started ISC Square, and Gurdeep Kaur who is ex PSNG CISO, they are not only just help me or mentoring, they give me a tool where I don't have to invest in tools. So they give me a security tools. Also, they come to my podcast, my event, and try to motivate me. So I'm always thankful to them. As well, I'm always thankful to Ken, who brings this platform to us,
Yeah, well, this is quite a
and
platform, isn't it?
many volunteers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
many of the ISC Square volunteers, they
they are
support us.
working very hard.
Well, it is. We've said it before, and I will say it again. A plug to all my colleagues here. This is all volunteer. All that you see,
Yes,
and it
they are
is
doing
amazing
very
what they
wonderful
do.
job.
Yeah, wow. So let's see. What else can we talk about?
Let me ask you one question.
Of course, I love it when someone turns it around on me and asks me a question.
So
Boss.
do you any kind of involve in this kind of attack in your life?
Like, have you ever faced any such challenge where someone might have tried to take over your account?
Wow, you guys are great. You're trying to convert me to a lead right here on the podcast. That is awesome.
Not just lead. We want to just review
No,
about you.
no, of course, this is one of the authentication. Like I was saying earlier, we all know listening. It remains foundational to everything. Whenever I talk to someone and we ask, what are the fundamentals? What are the most important things you have to do? It's always identity in the top three.
Yes.
Always.
Always.
And have I had problems with identity? Yeah, I've been doing this. I've been in cybersecurity for more than a week, so yes. Everyone has. I will really date myself. I was doing. Oh my God! I first did single sign-on. It was probably in the 90s. I mean, when we first started playing around with web cookies and stuff. So it's come a long way. But the problem remains very big and very important.
Yeah, as I like AI and quantum computer going advanced, this problem is not staying same way.
It's
It's
gonna
growing
increase,
more
yeah.
and more.
Okay, so this is like so hip. You must be doing something with AI, right?
Yeah.
So on the back end, we have both. You can say that AI we are using for providing a defense, like AI monitoring, the risk analytics we are doing, but at the same time, we are stopping the hackers using AI to attack the
So
people because
you can say that
the
we are the using AI for good,
yes,
and we
Well, I
try
hope
to
so.
stop AI to making bad.
yes. So
That's what. Well, I hope you're the good guys. So that's, you don't belong here. This isn't one of the bad guy conferences. No. No, I'm kidding. Okay. So, have you all been in cybersecurity for a long time personally? Are you long timers?
So
It sounds like you're not, Nehal, but
yes.
right?
So he is working in
about you can say like 12 plus years in security, data security, application and cloud security, and Neil has been
my
in a diverse
my is a
background. She
diverse
has.
background.
Oh,
I
really?
am when I start this company. Before that, I am a classical dancer. Yes,
Really?
I've been working on 18 year, 18 year on a stage artist.
Stage artist
Yeah.
Yes.
to.
She has a mathematics background. She has she is a
Yeah.
computer graduate and she is a performing artist.
I'm just floored. You guys are just full of surprises here. The
Yeah.
performing artist to a cyber startup
So
CEO.
my
Wow, that's
my
awesome.
friends, they are so wonder. I just left my dancing career and start pursuing, try to work in the cyber security. That I face the problem that no one else can face it.
Right.
So
Oh, that's great. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, looks like Alex isn't here, but anyway.
yeah.
Um, well, thank you so much for spending so much time with us. This was
Thank you.
this
Thank you
was
for inviting
Thank you for
really
inviting.
interesting.
This is
Thank you
amazing.
for wonderful questions, the great prompts.
And thank you for sharing your experience.
Yeah, yeah. It's very well.
You know what? That's what we're all here for.
Yeah.
To share.
Yes.
To do it all. That's it. You know, all of us, and But yeah, thanks again. Thanks for
You're
coming.
welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I don't have Alex to take us out, but all right, then I'm just going to keep talking. Because we're still on the live stream. It's crazy. I hope everyone is enjoying the show and what we're doing. It's taken a lot we put a lot into it. as you can see.
Yeah.
It has been
It's like people are thinking, okay, they have sometimes a different thoughts. Okay, this can be like a really working or not. Is it how it works? They sometimes they are curious. Sometimes they thought, okay, maybe. So I share one of the experience that I have. So I went to the Blackhead,
Uh-huh.
and we take they have some big banner. Okay, we can crack your password in 10 seconds, or we
Oh,
can,
right,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
right,
You must be heard similar kind of things.
right.
So we take our only high hash to that event and say, okay, are you able to crack this one? They tried, and end of the day they said, okay, we are not able to crack this kind of hash in next 10 years.
Is that right?
Yes.
They said 10 years. They,
yes.
Yes.
It was
they
a
put a
great
time on it.
experience. That hey,
Only high, high with some
some
interaction.
Wow.
color style thing. So they had this big banner in the middle of the floor. We will break your password in 10 seconds, and then they gave us the answer. We cannot crack your password even in 10 years.
10 years. I got to think that was one of the better performances there with everything.
Yeah, because in a cyber security there is two layers. One is the who is real mastermind, and one is the followers. So mastermind is try to break into door. That person is creating some algorithm how to get into this door and that door, and after that the followers follow the same
Right,
routine that
right.
person is using. So at least we can avoid the followers, and mastermind have to redevelop that code again.
Right. Well, we always know we can't make it impossible
Yes,
to get
I'm
into
not
things,
saying
but
it's not
right.
possible, but they
Listen,
have
it
to
will take
work
more time,
again.
more resources they would need to break
Yeah.
into.
Right. More time, more resources, and more of a chance for us to catch it going
Yes.
on.
Yeah, catch up, get them
While
before
they're
they
trying to
succeed.
work on it.
At least we can secure from the followers, right?
Well, even if you're doing that, that's a good thing.
Thanks.
Even that can be
Yeah.
not so
5%
easy.
is also not bad.
Well, if you can get rid of or be strong against 95% of the attackers,
Yeah.
that's good. But then you can go focus on that 5%.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Okay, Alex. I just got to ask, how much time do we have left?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think he tired of everything out of any questions.
Okay. You know what?
Because this is a great conversation, so I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to ask you, like, how are you feeling standard-wise?
You know what? We've talked for quite a long time. I think we need to take a little break. How
Okay.
does that sound? Okay,
That sounds good.
but thank
Sounds
you.
good.
This was really, really interesting. I appreciate you coming by, and and see, Alex. I even was able to handle two people. I was able to handle two people. Not a problem. So
Yes, you did a great job.
You did a good job.
now thank you so much for coming, and thank you for for supporting the conference. It really
Thank
does,
you.
It really does
Thank you
mean,
for inviting us.
mean a
Thank
lot.
you for inviting.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you here in this lovely day of CCon 2025 in the great state of New Jersey. These were wonderful conversations. Can you tell me where we can learn more about Rainbow Secure?
Sure, you can visit our website www.rainbowsecure.com, or you can email us hello@rainbowsecure.com. You can also meet us on LinkedIn. Our team members will be excited to connect with you and chat with you.
Or you can directly reach out to us anytime.
Thank you so much. And again, we would like to thank you all for being such an integral part of this wonderful conference. Thank you so much for your support. We greatly appreciate it, and this will definitely be remembered for years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
everything.
Thanks.
Thank you
Thanks
so much,
again.
Thank you
guys.
so
Really
much.
appreciate it.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
And we're back. Joe, this was quite the experience. Can you give me some of your thoughts for this long day of recording?
Well, I'll tell you, for this long day of recording, first thing that I'm very surprised about has nothing to do with security. I am just amazed how much fun this has been. I did not expect this to be so much fun. It's been great, but you know, it is, besides doing all the podcasting and live streaming and everything. One of the reasons I do podcasting is that it is a lot of fun talking to great people, and we have some great people here. You know, for those who've been watching, you know, just some of the discussions we've had have been so cool, so much fun, and you know, it really is. You know, you're having a good discussion when you've got someone and you're thinking like, okay, we got to end this soon because we have the next person coming up or whatever. Those are good discussions, and you know, definitely want to thank everyone who stopped by to talk to us, and of course everyone who's you know, supported us on the podcast, not only today but throughout the year. We're coming up on our 1-year anniversary in July, and we hope to have a lot more.
Of course. Incredible how much the time has flown. I still remember when we were just trying to discuss this as an idea and then a concept, and look at us now, 1 year later, live from CCon NJ 2025. And with that said, Joe, thank you so much for being an amazing host for us here today while we're doing this podcast live. Is there anything that you'd like to plug before we leave?
Well, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to say, first of all, Alex, thanks so much for helping. Alex not only was on the air with me here or on the stream, but also doing all of the technical work and the setup, which is considerable. So thank you so much for that. And I'll do one plug if I'm allowed. Besides our own podcast, Unencrypted Chatter, you can catch me with my partner Adam Roth on the Security Cocktail Hour podcast, where we talk about security, much like we do here, with fascinating people in a laid-back, fun style. So we'd love to have you on.
So you heard it here, folks. If you're looking for the vibes to continue, definitely tune in to the Security Cocktail Hour. And no worries, this is BYOB. So have at it, and you can listen to the Security Cocktail Hour where all podcasts are heard. I believe your favorite streaming platform happens to be Spotify?
Yes, when it's not rejecting my videos for silly reasons. So
yes, it's a 6, not an 8.
That's right. You learn a lot of odd things when you start doing this. But yeah, wherever you like to watch, we'd love to have you on.
Thank you so much, and you've been amazing, and I guess has had nothing but positive things to say about what an amazing host you've been. And with that, listeners, we'd like to thank you all for joining us here live from CCon NJ 2025. This is Unencrypted Chatter, the ISC2 New Jersey podcast that's run by volunteers for your viewing and listening pleasure. You can catch us on all streaming platforms. That includes YouTube, where if you were lucky enough to catch our live stream, is at ISC2 Chapter NJ, Spotify, and where all of other podcasts are heard. You can also follow us on all of our social media platforms. We're pretty much on everything minus TikTok because security reasons. You know, just we're security people. We just can't do it based on the principle. It's the principle of the matter. But with that said, we're looking forward to thanking all of our sponsors, like I said, for making this possible today. You know, sponsors like Proactive Risk, Rainbow Secure, Compile, Yoga Roads, Dell Technologies, Highslon, Cyosoft, Concentric, Push Security, Binary Defense, Arctic Wolf, Neteric, Optics, and so much more. Thank you again for being with here today. This is Alex signing off, and
this is Joe signing off.
Have a wonderful day. Take care. Thank you so much for joining us.